Well, Sletzy here, and we're having another hybrid day today. What do I mean by a hybrid day? I mean we're going to be doing both casting for Definitive Edition 3, also Wars of Liberty. I got Rex for both, but not enough to dedicate to one particular game, so we'll just do both of them, right? Ambos. Makes it even more entertaining, right? One moment you might want to see Hausa or Maltese. The next moment you want to maybe look at some World War I tanks in Zulu. It's really up to you, man. But overall, these wonderful hybrid models allows us to look at everything pretty much. It's pretty fun. So yeah, hopefully you can enjoy me for the ride today. After that, I think we'll have some time to do stuff after that. But we'll do gameplay for Wars of Liberty or D, depending on what's available. D3 is under maintenance. H4 told me. He said it would be a great time for me to actually start casting stuff because you won't be able to play multiplayer games for a while that's taking place, so you can hang out with me instead and listen to me yap about Aoe3 instead, as you reminisce about the games that you can't play while it's in maintenance mode, right? Yeah, no. I mean, I think you can play single player games, but who wants to do that, right? Well, at least in vanilla. That must be so sad, man. Like actually playing vanilla games by yourself in single player. Really sad. If you're doing an Age of the World or something cool, or Age of Pirates, because it's like a mod and there's rarely any people around to do that with, for whatever reason, but doing just vanilla AoE3 and single player with an AI, it's usually not a very fun idea. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, I just say it's not a very fun idea. Unless you're young and you're just trying to learn the game. If that's the case, go do it, go train up and stuff. But for me, anyway, as someone who's already been through that process, I definitely wouldn't want to go back and do that if I could afford it. Yeah, so, yeah, hopefully you're all having a good day today. Even before HV and I said that, I kind of wanted to come back and do another one of these today. Because I knew I had a ton of Rex from HV and I on the DE side. And then I had a bunch of Wars Liberty stuff from the Nathan side that I still had to do. And not only that, I think Varingo, Bondar submitted a game he did against Varingo, so we could look at that as well. That was submitted yesterday. Yeah. I got a cool little announcement for you. I don't know if I could call it an announcement or not. Basically, looks like Samurai Revolution has come back towards Liberty, man. And Zagawai's helping him get integrated with the Radman server and everything, so he can do multiplayer with us. That's awesome. You know how long it's been since the Samurai Revolution channel's been doing Wars of Liberty? Very long time ago. Ever since the original Samurai Revolution, retired. Yeah. Quite a long time ago. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I fought against the original Samurai Revolution in Wars of Liberty, and I won. Yeah, won using the Mexicans back in the beta days of the Latin patch or whatever. Was it still in beta around then, or was it? Yeah, I can't remember. Can't remember. Yeah. Alright, so let me see here. Do. It's going around. Trying to share the stream with all the Discord servers and then we can start up. Yeah, because we want to make sure everybody knows about the stream here, since they're probably wondering what they're going to do with their time now that the thing's in maintenance mode. Is it still in maintenance mode though? I didn't even check the announcements. Could already be done, which would be both happy and sad. It'd be happy for the players, but sad for me because nobody will want to watch me then. They'll just want to play games. Imagine that. Yeah. Leaving your old Steletsy behind to go play 1v1 ranked and still lose 200 ELO points at the end of the session. Definitely don't want that, man. Wow. Most definitely. I'm feeling pretty good today, pretty energized, ready for a lot. Hopefully you are too. It's gonna be a fun day of streaming fun. So get yourselves ready for it. It's gonna be a lot. A lot of action, Jackson. We got a mixture of, well, on the D side, we got deathmatch games. He submitted me a 4 versus 4, but it doesn't go till the end. It goes like halfway through the recording and then it out syncs. The curse of Definitive Edition 3. Recordings that don't even work. But Wars of Liberty, of course, everything will work fine because apparently the Legacy game had a better recording playback system than the newer game did, which I don't know. I don't know what World's Edge was thinking with that one. I'm still scratching my head thinking of that one. Like, God, man, you ended up making a remake of Definitive Edition 3 that was worse than the original in some of the features. That's not good. Especially since we had to pay all this money for a game we already owned for years. Yeah, no, totally not. That's all I'm going to say. But I'm not going to focus too much on that. I'm going to focus on the castings at hand. You can see them up there right now. I believe it's 4 deathmatch games, if I'm correct. It's a 1v1, and then there's like some team ones in there, so should be a fun watch for us. And then I'll go over to Wars Libby and do those 1v1s. Who knows, maybe there'll be some new ones by the time I get there. Because I did tell him, I guess Code Fender was, I don't know. I think Code Fender did a 1v1 with Samrev or something. I don't know. I thought he did. Because that would be a good 1v1 to watch. Because those are 2 like high-end players. One of which is experienced to Wars Liberty and one not. So I'm just saying that would be an interesting matchup. And we'll probably see a lot of it going forward. Because now it sounds like, if that's the case, I'll be able to cast Samurai Revolution matches for you now in Wars Liberty. Which is pretty nice. Oh yeah, no, because he's such a strong opponent. I've seen him do some matches before on YouTube on his channel. And his old one. If you didn't know, when the original Samurai Revolution retired, he got replaced with someone called the Claymore. Saw some of his old games before he took over Samrev's spot. I can tell you he's pretty good at what he does, so he'll definitely be very strong in Wars of Liberty as well. Should be a great addition to our wonderful community of players. Hopefully you'll enjoy his matches as well, because it'll be quite something. Gafa says, I passed the oral English exam. Now I can join voice chat with Gringo. Success. I'll write success. Hey, that's a good accomplishment, man. Good for you. It's not easy to do spoken English when you started out talking like a bonito taco. Yeah, that's quite a big accomplishment, my friend. Big time. Did I get... I got the sharing thing done in under 10 minutes. Wow, I did a good job. Good job. I beat my goal. Awesome. So yeah, let's start this now. We don't want to take too much time. See who's on with us. Do we have any friends? Any amigos? Any personas? We got 1 person. Wow. But 8 views somehow. So what happened? Did people just come and then they decide, hey, I'd rather, eat dinner or something? Something normie like that. Oh, I'm going to eat a meatloaf instead of watching Streletsky's live stream. Meatloaf. I like meatloaf, so I can't complain. Yeah. Alright, so here we are. This is the first game of the day. We got a deathmatch 1 versus 1. HVNI versus Don Stowe. It looks like Notice Smurf came in as a live spectator, which is kind of weird. We kind of have a way that you don't have to do that anymore, but I won't say too much about that. First is first. What is deathmatch, folks? It's basically this mode where you start with like 20k of each resource. First is first. You got to build a church. That sounds a little bit weird, right? Because it's not military, but there's a reason for it. You research mercantilism, and then you can get like 4 or 5 cards in like a conga line like this. There's this, yep, Exactly. Isn't that pretty cool how a tech like mercantilism, which you often don't think about a lot, ends up becoming the bedrock of the deathmatch mode, yeah. And on top of that, you gotta build a lot of houses, you gotta build barracks, you gotta basically spam, and use that shift click like crazy. Because if you don't, then you're not going to be able to get all the stuff you need in time to survive. Notice how Aoe3 and here is focusing on training cards. You saw fencing school, riding school, also engineering school, and then he's getting covered wagons. Yep, it's all about basically building up as fast as you can so you can withstand an immediate push. Because if we look at the British side of things, he is doing something very different. He's getting longbowmen, he's getting redcoats. He basically spammed out all of his manor houses, got the church there that he got mercantilism from, and he's trying to do the same sort of thing on his side. If you can too, if you can find like a bottleneck like this between the trees and the cliff, put down some outposts, because if Aoe3 comes in his position, he'll be able to do some extra damage with these things, and possibly kick him backwards a bit. And then from there, he's going to move some more outposts out, so we can sort of claim this whole area for his forward base, which is very smart. The more you can build, the better you are. That's all I can tell you. Any other cards we got? Yep. You got this one here, the Terrorist Houses. That's a really good, advantageous card for Brits because it actually allows them to train settlers slowly from their manor houses. So, look at all the Vil queues we got here. These are all Vils training at the same time from each one of these individual houses. It's really good. It's actually really, really good. It's very helpful, actually. So, yeah, pretty much right now, it looks like Don Snow's going to take his position here at the middle of the trade route. Aoe3 was able to grab his Bhakti site, whereas Don Snow got an Udasi site. Bit of a difference there. The Udasi, of course, the chakram throwers, and then Bhakti give you both the Tiger Claws and the War Elephants, so lots of cab options. Looks like from here, Aoe3 got a front of spies and a supporting army of Cazadores. Yep, he's coming in with Cazadores, battling Longbowmen right now. Redcoats are going to creep in from the side, but fall rather quickly to a massive skirms. Both sides have culverins, it looks like. Dawn is using his horse artillery, whereas Aoe3 is going to use a combo of mortars for siege and then some Rebaldaquins there for the anti-infantry. You always have to pay attention to micro in these deathmatch battles because it's all about fighting. There's a lot of fighting. It's not like regular supremacy where you have like little armies rushing each other. This is like full-scale warfare here, so you always have to watch it. Right now it looks like the culverins are aimed pretty well at British there. Aoe3 doing a good job microing down those dragoons. Probably trying to wipe those things out so his culverins don't accidentally misfire into his cav, which would be a waste of shots. Right now, Aoe3 still has culverins, and he has effectively wiped out the Dawn Snow ones, which means he can advance with these culverins further, scaring away any potential horse artillery or anything like that, unless he wants them to get killed, right? And obviously, artillery is very expensive, so the more of that you lose early on in deathmatch, the sooner you're going to have to like come up with the late game economic solution, which is going to take more time away from the battles, it's going to take up more of your pop space, and just make life harder for you. So, yeah, you kind of want to keep as much of those 20k starring resources intact as long as you possibly can, because then you essentially can make your armies a bit bigger and get the advantage to win. And on top of that, Aoe3 taking advantage of a nearby native site, the Bhakti, and he's running his Tiger Claws right into his Longbowman. This is like a straight line strategy right here. He doesn't even really need to control this a lot. He was able to just get some free attacks right there, some free slashes of his Katars there, right into him. It's very good. From what we see here, a couple of the Tiger Claws do break free though and try to run right at the Dragoons. Quickly dealt with. Dawn Snow coming forward with the Longbowman near the Bhakti site again. Why is he doing this? This is very, very dumb because you know he has the native site there. He's going to keep running the Cav natives at you, getting free kills. Then you're going to end up having to spend more food and wood, which is going to make your eco situation worse. But good news, Don Stowe has his 3 rocket shipping in, and he's moving the horse artillery in too, in lockstep with the culverins. From what I can see here, the culverins have been dealt with except for this one in the back. This should allow Don Stow to go forward with an artillery advance with his longbowman in the front. So we're picking off all the things here so his artillery can go in deeper. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm seeing. Tiger Claws pulling back because he doesn't want to get picked off by the longbowman. The longbowman sniping the culverin. Yes, this is something we often see, particularly in arena. You can actually use longbowmen to snipe artillery pieces one by one. And basically how you do that is you focus fire them down to one unit, and their rate of fire is so quick that they can actually deal with it pretty quickly. Now, HVNI is sending in the War Elephants, something you would not be able to do in the Asian Dynasties, but you can do in Definitive Edition, since they removed them from the Sufi site and they put them into the Bhakti site. Yeah, those elephants were pretty dangerous there, but it looks like Dawn was able to intercept them with Hussars. Kind of a reasonable counter for them since they have some pretty good melee attack to deal with them. Obviously not as good as like using Spearmen against them, but probably the next best thing I would say. Other than, yeah. Here's some Chakrams though. Chakram's obviously a very strong anti-infantry unit. This has 2 splash, 50% pierce armor, so they can withhold a lot of abuse, in terms of pierce damage that is. And that will even the playing field here, I think, for a while. HVNI moving forward with his culverins on this side now. And he's rolling them in along this axis here to see if he can pick off some rockets or something. Right now, it looks like he can, but Don Stow's on top of things and bringing his culverins up as well, so it's not going to be a free ride for HVNI. He uses his rockets to blast into the culverins here, and yes, you can do that. You know, rockets, to their credit, do have a malice against artillery, but the crush damage is still pretty big. Plus, it's 4 splash too, so they're guaranteed to get some work done, regardless of that malice. And rockets will blast into the elephants there. Clean them up. I'm trying to see what... Oh, good. See what Don was able to do. He used these 3 mortars, blasted the Bhakti site, so now he doesn't have to worry about getting flanked by Cav anymore. This is really good, because this is going to force HVNI into a bit of a trickier pickle, because now he's not going to just be able to keep sending Tiger Claws and Elephants right out of the sight at him. He's actually going to have to think of some new tactics here. Those Hussars form sort of a wall of meat to cut into the force of HVNI and let the Dragoons and everything else position correctly. And we do see that Don Stow has opted to transition his longbowmen into the Rangers. While less range than the longbowmen and obviously less rate of fire, their damage is a lot more. They technically have much better multipliers, so you got that. Plus they're a bit tankier too. They have a bit more armor. 35% instead of 30. So, guess you got that on your side as well, right? Yeah, no, most definitely. Here we go. Horse artillery and guard rangers working together to push, right? Oh man, look at that push. Crazy. Insane, dude. Oh, what's going on down there, man? Wow. What are these Hussars doing? Are they sort of... Wow. Okay. Looking for a raid, I see. I don't think he's going to find anything, right? Yeah, no, he's probably just staking them out, seeing if he can lop off any vills. Because if you can get a really good raid going and maybe take out a factory or two, that can often be a good precursor to a win. Rockets got a good barrage there, but now it looks like they'll be destroyed. More chakrams for the Don Stow. He is in a position to grab the Bhakti site too. If he were to get the Bhakti site somehow, he would have both chakrams as well as cavalry natives, you know, both the War Elephants and the Tiger Claws. And that'll give him a pretty large stack of units that he could keep consistently sending. The only problem with that is, of course, the Portuguese Dragoons. Portuguese Dragoons, as you know, have extra range, have extra attack through their cards. Pretty tough unit, you know what I'm saying? Most definitely. But it doesn't look like HVNI actually uses the extra range card on his Dragoons. Not at all. He just uses the Dragoon combat. the Order of Aviz, right? Yeah, he doesn't have that. Looks like the Hussars are now cutting into the artillery. Cutting into his culverins. Yeah, Dawnstow's trying his best to disrupt this artillery so that he can keep advancing. And maybe get his, Bhakti site in there. Who's this? Who's building that? Oh, that's HV&I, so he was able to recover the Bhakti site. Okay, so that's going to make things a bit harder for Dawnstow. Because I think he was really riding on getting that native site done, but now he can't do it. Now he can't do it. So now he's going to have to reposition in the back, maybe get his rockets in a comfy position, and then go in again. Yeah. And we're still seeing like little raids up here too with British pikemen. Yep, British pikemen, obviously really good stuff. Most definitely. And they start out at guard in the deathmatch mode, so you don't even need gentlemen of the pike really. You can just like train them like whatever, and they'll be useful for you to siege stuff, which is quite nice. Yeah. Where are those coming from, by the way? Does he have like a barracks up here, or he does have some barracks and stables off to the side here, which does allow him to come up here, allows him to go down here. I see that HV&I was initially looking to explore this way because he knows stuff is coming out of that side. He's still going to send a little force of Cazadors and Minutemen over there, maybe, or no, doesn't look like it. I'm just trying to see positionally what HV&I is doing. Is he going to like go with the one unified force in the middle? Is he going to go off to the side? Is he going to go over here? I don't know yet. I'm just trying to find out his tactics so we can examine that. From the looks of it, it seems like there's a couple of barracks coming up here for HV&I right now. So he's reinforcing this position because he knows he sees some Hussars here, and he definitely doesn't want this farming area here to be cooked. Because I'll be honest, HV&I can afford to have this stuff sieged a bit. He can't afford this to be because this is where the Villa economy is, and what's keeping him going. Speaking of which, how's the eco situation? HV&I has food, he has wood, he has gold. Dawnstow has less wood, but he's got way more food and gold, I can see. So, both players are clearly in an economically beneficial position. Nobody's going to run out of stuff, you know. The only way somebody loses here is if they lose too much territory, or if somebody, you know, gets tired fingers or something. I don't know. Oh, my fingers are tired. I can't micro my culverins anymore. I can't control group anymore. Yeah. It can happen, you know, if you have carpal tunnel or whatever, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, right now, this Bhakti site is like the most competed resource on the entire map. We keep seeing this thing change hands every few seconds. It's really contested because once somebody gets it and locks it in, particularly if it's Dawnstow, then HV&I has a big problem because then he has a ton of extra units he has to fight against. And it does allow Brits to obviously maintain more eco and still have a sizable army, which is major. I see pikemen. I see piqueros. Where are those going? I think they're going to go up here. I guarantee you. Yes, I see him going up vertically this way. So he is sending some pikemen up that way. Alright, good to know. Looks like HV&I sent his Royal Decree Order Knight technology, so now he has the Dragoons there right now, it looks like. The Blackfriar ones, that is, but he also shipped it. Oh, did he ship in those heavy cans, or is he using them at the factory? Okay, I think he just, nah, he shipped those in. He just shipped in 2 heavy cans on top of everything else, and he's going to be, you know, advancing with that next, I think. Yep. Yeah, looks like Don Stowe got pushed back. Is his resources fine? He's out. He's running low on wood. Paying attention to that right now. Because if you run out of wood, it obviously makes the artillery production kind of tough. But as you can see, he's using that wood for pikemen here to actually try to siege some of these structures. He's trying to just run through here and see if he can find the, does he know where the factories are? Yes, he does. He knows where they are, so if he can get up here and take out some factories, man, I think he'll be in good shape. Yeah, see, Aoe3 and I is going to solve that using organ guns. If he could, it would be great if he could get these pikemen in the back so that the organ guns have to, like, push even further and, you know, gives him more seconds of work up here. One factory is currently being sieged. I think it will be sieged down. And what's going on down here? Pikemen, rangers, chakrams, artillery. Factory, this one's going down. But the R1 won't. R1 won't even be touched at all. Yep, that was a really good push there by Don Stowe. I liked it. It was pretty nice. But now we're going to see Don Stowe coming up from the bottom now. Again, attacking Aoe3's native site, the Bhakti. He just wants his Bhakti site so bad so that he can throw in the cavalry natives too on top of his British infantry and artillery. That way he doesn't have to go with a big stack of hussars. He can just use the war elephants and the tiger claws to solve that. Got the culverins there. Oh, yep, just attack the two culverins there. Very nice. Oh, where are these pikemen going now? What's going over here? Okay, so he's fighting the dragoons. I think now that he knows he's under Aoe3's radar here, he's not going to get a lot of siege work done, so he's probably just trying... He killed a vill or two on top of dragoons, so he is getting some work done over there, which is pretty funny. Yeah. Any sort of damage you can do, I guess, is better than nothing. And the culverins and rockets come forward with some mortars coming in. Wow, that's a lot, man. Insane. Culverins attacking the organ guns. And then you have the hussars coming up from here too, to the side. So far it looks like Don Stowe is getting the artillery micro he needs to push a little bit. Now he's got a ton of hussars from Portuguese he has to deal with. Thankfully he's got the native side. Look at the bottleneck here between the Bhakti buildings. This is making it harder for Aoe3 to get this whole glob of hussars where they need to, giving Don Stowe more time to dish out some damage before this front falls. It's little things like that that can make the resource count difference a little bit more. Food-wise, Don Stowe is rich. 1,000, like 100, 10,000 food. His wood's good, his gold is pretty good too. Pretty good in shape, I was gonna say. Had a bit of a brain fog there, but that's good. Portuguese, a lot less food. But their wood and gold is also fine, so both sides, again, not really starving anywhere. They're getting everything done that they need to exactly, so this is going to be a pretty good battle, honestly. Absolutely is. Huge battle. Huge battle. Redcoat's going after the outpost, takes it out. Very nice. Another advance here for Dawn. Aoe3 is trying to put down a foundry here, though, because he needs to be able to relay organ guns, culverins, and mortars wherever he goes to make sure that he can keep the advance coming. Yeah. Likely he's going to use those rockets to try to blast those buildings down quicker since they're artillery, so that he can push Aoe3 back as much as possible. Also, some straggling hussars there, cutting the culverins. Cutting the culverins. Actually wiping them out. Which is really good, because yeah, no, he still has a rocket here. Still has a rocket here that he's blasting them with. So yeah, that one rocket's going to get a lot of work done here while it's alive. Taking out the foundry, taking out the barracks next, I would assume. Yep. Any sort of work that Dawn can get done here, it's going to give him a huge advantage, I would say. 100%. Now the hussars from the top are slashing in from the side. Rangers attacking from the bottom here with their artillery. Some dragoons. Clearly it looks like Aoe3 has a lot more artillery though, so I don't know what's going to happen there, honestly. Yeah, it's pretty tricky. Oh boy, but Dawn Stowe finally gets that Bhakti site under his control, and now he can actually start pumping out War Elephants and Tiger Claws. Yep, see what he's doing? He's sending the elephants right at the hussars there. He's trying to punch him in the back where his cazadors are. He's sending hussars from the other side to go with sort of like a pincher horn formation there. He has a couple of remaining range troops down here trying to blast it as well. It's getting a bit of stuff done, as you can see. Yeah, big time. British Grenadiers. Oh, so he's going to get Grenadiers now with the hand mortars? Yeah, that should give him some extra range and allow him to start blasting through Aoe3's positions very easily. Yeah. Only problem is, though, his gold is like really scarce. Do you see the lack of gold? Whereas Aoe3 has less of the other resources than Dawn, but he does have more gold, though. Wow, 10 viewers. That's what happens to Organ Gun Armies late. These Huss are cleaning. Oh, tell me about it, man. Blood yapping. Very good versus Cove. Oh, wow, man. Crazy. Mr. Frog. Huh. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, Hussars blasting onto the culvert now. Wow, crazy. Oh man, insane, dude. And it looks like he is indeed advancing a bit more now. Look at that. Not bad. Not bad at all. And, okay, let's see what's going on over here now. I see mortars here from Aoe3 and I. Is he going to start showing in his position now? Good question. Pikeman coming up from this side, though, trying to siege into his structures. Very big. Oh my god, look at all this work here. This is quite good. Horse artillery is going to be blasting into the villagers. And looks like... I'm trying to see who's winning, though, because both people are not starved yet. They both have resources. But it looks like Don Stowe has the map control on his side. That's what I'm seeing from right now. Is better map control from Don Stowe. Definitely what I'm seeing, man. Yeah. What do we got here? Going after the mortars now, so he can't even really advance much, can he? Nah, definitely not. 100%. What does Aoe3 and I do, though? He gets his Dragoon combat in, so that buffs his Dragoons by like 20% stats, which is pretty big. And he's just going to try to hold it out here as long as he can, right? Yeah. He's got his Ordnance Rifleman out. Losing so many villagers. Yeah, no, he's losing a lot. The attrition is really creeping up on him. And he's still... Yeah, see, that's what he's doing. He's sending, like, little sorties of hussars in there, and they're all sort of just wiping out the mills and the estates. Effectively cutting his economy at the kneecaps. It's pretty big. It's, like, really big, actually. Yeah, no, totally. Really insane stuff, dude. That's all I'm gonna say, yeah. Basically. GG's. Good work. Good work, people. Very, very nice. Yeah. Alright, let's check out the next deathmatch. This was a pretty fun one, actually. Looks like in the end, Don Stowe was able to win this one just through sheer raiding potential. If he wasn't so aggressive with the pikemen and the hussars, I don't think it would have been a good, you know, would have been a good one, basically. Yeah, no, totally not. So yeah, most definitely. Let me pull up the other one and then we can begin. Yep. Totally. Let's see. Let's do it. What do we got here? Load. Record games. Perfect. Which one are we on now? We're on this one. Because these three work fine, this one doesn't. So we can do those three now. Those are all deathmatch team games. Should be a pretty fun battle, honestly. Looking forward to it. Let me pull up this one here. This one. Let's give it a go. Alright, so who's in this one? So we got Notice Smurf and Aoe3 and I teamed up against Don Stowe and Hannibal. And what are the civs? It's going to be Aoe3 and I Portuguese again. Notice Smurf Germans against Hannibal Russians and Don Stowe Germans. I have seen Don Stowe do Germans before, and he does it in a pretty interesting way. I think one thing I can say about Don Stowe's Germany is he's very good at surviving. He's like a really good survivor with this civ. Because I've seen his base get completely wrecked before, and he's able to hide behind his allies' base and just like come back with a vengeance, which is really interesting. A lot of endurance behind it. I see right now Aoe3 and I is going with his Explorer cards to give himself extra Explorers. Pretty good move, actually. He's also going with the Explorer buff card too. Going with Covered Wagons, going with his Riding School. So he's getting ready pretty quickly for a big battle. It looks like right now Notice Smurf has his Germany set up here with his stables, with his foundries in the back here. He's got his outposts, and he's advancing very quickly on Hannibal's blockhouses, likely trying to wipe those out very quickly. Because as you know with Russians, the most dangerous thing is that they can train infantry instantly. with all their training cards. Yep, instant spearmen, instant muskets, instant skirmishers. It's just the thing. Now all those units are statistically weaker, right? But Russia can obviously upgrade them too with a ton of cards. So yeah, no, that spam is serious. It looks like the first blockhouse is wiped out, and now he's just gonna have to deal with this one here. Because that's the thing. Once he gets both his fencing and his dueling school, then this is just... Look at how quick they're just coming out, like, instantly. He doesn't even need any other structures but this blockhouse there. He's just getting it done, no problem. But it's even worse because you got Don Stowe coming in with, like, a whole phalanx of, like, war wagons. So, it's basically war wagons versus recruits and war wagons, yeah. But now Aoe3 comes in from the side there with his Cazadors to really push back those war wagons. Because that's what he needs to do, basically. He needs to get rid of those war wagons if he's going to advance in any more. That's exactly what he needs to do there, basically, yeah. That's only what he needs. Now it looks like the war wagons are down, yeah. Looks like they are. Is he gonna be able to scare him off more? Yeah, it looks like he can. Yeah, basically. Not bad. Not bad at all. What's going on over here? Looks like Cazadors will be able to fight off these war wagons and move forward. Don Stowe doesn't have any culverins right now, does he? Nope, he does not. So right now, technically, Aoe3 is in the superior artillery position here to be able to push forward. Now we see Notice Smurf trying to defend his flank. Because now has a breach of Porochiks, yeah. These very nifty Russian halberdiers. They're trying to siege away at his factory over there. If he loses a factory, that's a big loss. But I think he can probably stop the bleeding, though, very quickly. Yep, pretty much, yeah. No boats, by the way. What do you mean, no boats? Oh, oh, he's using monitors on him. Oh. No boats, by the way. So is there like a gentleman's rule against Navy? Because, yeah, it looks like right now he's pelting you with the monitors back here. It's like nuking him from the back. Oh my god, man, that must be annoying. This is like really annoying, man, having to deal with monitors in the back of your base like that. Tell me about it. It's super obnoxious. Having somebody shelling you from the back along the coastline. Because you got all your town centers and stuff hugging the coast. So those monitors basically going to wipe out so much. But thankfully, though, Notice Smurf is getting on top of it very quickly with his mortars, and he should be able to deal with it very fast. War wagons in the front here, blasting away some of the cannons, it looks like. And should be good, yeah. The artillery doing a pretty good job at blasting some of this, but now it's unprotected. Don Stowe upgrading his crossbowmen into landwearing. This will make him a bit stronger, I should say, in some of the stats, and allow him to do some good fighting here, pretty much. Alright, Aoe3's culverins clearly blasting through this wall of cans, though. Coastline's good now, right? As they say, the coast is cleared. Yeah, the coast is cleared. Now poor Notice Smurf has to like patrol the coastline with mortars now because his Russian opponent's very nasty with his navy. Yeah, that was a very unexpected and nasty surprise. Yeah, tell me about it, dude. Crazy stuff, man. Oh my god. Oh my god, man. Alright, so what we got here? We got HV&I moving forward with his food economy, trying to grab up these hunts. He did get some nice settler wagons from his teammate Germany there. I need some help. I need some help. Help. What do you mean help? Oh yeah, look at this. He's completely flanking around his side here with recruits, polo chicks, and counter-jaegers too. A little bit of everything. Yeah, no, this is not good, man. Not good at all. I mean, honestly, the counter-jaeger's not that good in this situation because we don't see any skirms from the German player. But, yeah, still, the range support is definitely going to be a bit of a problem either way. Right now, it looks like... Yeah, just beats or everything, right? Yeah. That's pretty huge, actually. That's pretty huge. Yeah, big time. Thankfully, though, I was able to stop it very quickly. Oh, Don Stowe is food and gold, by the way. I was like cycling through resources and I just noticed that. Yeah, his food and gold is really not in good shape right now. He's like kind of teetering. The Russia has like no food. He's gonna have to market trade all that gold. Whereas HV&I at least has some food and gold. And Notice Smurf is starving too. Everybody's super duper hungry here. They're all getting the hungry whores. They're starving in real time. This is like crazy, man. Totally. I don't know, man. So it looks like it was the Don Stove side that capitulated first because HV&I at least had some economy. Yeah, no, I mean, this is a really tight one, man. Like, Russia had, like, no food. The question thing I'm wondering is, why couldn't have the Russia just traded that food at his, like, market? Trade that gold for food at his market or something. That, to me, seems a little sus. Like, he didn't even have a market anywhere. Very weird, you know? I would have totally built the market myself and did some trading if it was me. Just saying, man. Just saying, dude. Is there a market allowed in Deathmatch? Like, I don't see any markets here anywhere. People trade their resources or anything. I don't know. You're gonna have to tell me that one. So I was like, wait a minute. The guy clearly has gold he can trade. Wonder why he's not going with it, yeah. Oh, so you are allowed to build a market. So why did nobody build a market then? I was like, Russia could have traded all that food, that gold for food, and could have stayed in the fight. It was like so sus for me looking at that. I was like, man, what a waste of all that gold, potential son, and all that wood too. Yeah. All right. So from what we have here, we got HV&I is Germany, and Notice Smurf is France. Yes, and they're battling against Hannibal as Russia and Don Stowe as Germany again. So basically, the Don Stowe team is stuck with the same civs. It's the HV&I side that has changed things up a bit. Alright, so let's see how this goes. Forts. Yep, forts are very, very good. Definitely get forts if you can. Yep, on this map, of course, it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup, of course, because you got this wonderful Huge line of coasts here where you're not able to really build anything in this section at all. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they advance on both sides here. Look at this though. I like this being done by Notismurf. Beautiful wall of houses. This is going to make raiding much harder for Dawn Stowe and the Russia player. Because as you saw in the last game, Hannibal does not mind like raising enemies, raising your buildings and sort of flanking you out. So honestly, this should be a pretty good situation for the HVNI team, just because Hannibal won't be able to just run in with Polachiks right away and just start raising the factories, because he'll have to break through this wall of houses first, which I definitely like. So what units we got here? So it looks like HVNI is going with Doppelsoldners. Is that right? Vanilla Demilla. So he's got all the hand infantry stuff. He's got the regular stuff, and then he's got the Soligan Steel too. The Soligan Steel makes your Doppels very slow and cumbersome, but it gives them a ton more stats. So that's going to be very interesting. Looks like Dawn Stowe is raiding ahead with some Uhlans. Oh, Boyars. Uhlans and Boyars from the native side. But the France is ready there with a big, beefy army of Dragoons, though, so it's not going to get very far. Yep. Looks like both sides got the House of Fanar natives on their given sides of the map as well, it looks like. But you have the House of Wen over there, too. It looks like it will be HVNI grabbing that, so HVNI and his team technically have the native advantage, having 2 of the 3 native sites in their possession. So having some of those House of Wen units like the Trabants and the Saxon Cuirassiers should be a really nice add-on to their armies comps, I would say, for sure. Factory coming in, Soligan Steel. So he's going for the really slow, cumbersome, but super strong Doppelsoldners, it looks like. Fort Wagon here for Notismurf. He's going to put a fort up right in the middle section between him and his ally. It should give him a bit of protection down the middle, which I really like. Also putting a wall of forts over here too. So this is going to force the Dawn Stowe side to do some siege. You know, do some mortars to try to break through that, which I think is a very good idea. That being said, though, Russia picking up the Unstoppable Streletsy Horde. And he's going to have a big army of Unstoppable Streletzys coming out very soon. Right now, he's got a ton of recruits, some Polachiks, and some horse artillery. He's right now blasting right at the position of the HVNI team's House of Fanar site. Should be able to snipe down this native site and take away that native advantage that the HVNI team is enjoying right now. Yep, so no more Boyars or Klapes. Now they're just going to have the Wen ones off to the side, right? Yep. Speaking of which, what's going on that front? Looks like HVNI is coming in with the raid. He just got the royal decree that turned the Doppels into Zweihanders, which is going to give him some more stats. And now he's going in pretty deep here with a big army of Doppelsolders. He's going to siege his factory. He's going to maybe get some TCs. This is like a very fatal raid here. A very good raid. Yeah, no, look at that. It's a huge raid he's doing. He's come through everything basically at that point. Yeah, no, totally. Funny. It is funny. It's very funny what you're doing to that lad. Wow. And look at this. The Dawn Stowe team has used their artillery to siege through the 2 forts too. So there's a lot of action on both sides of the war, as you can tell. The only problem is over here you got Notismurf cutting into their artillery and their skirmisher ranks with the hussars. So it isn't a clean siege by any means, and there's constant death on that side. So the Doppels are now engaging with Dawn Stowe's helping army of skirms there. Yeah, he's just sending all the skirms into him right now. Trying to get that area back for his ally. And now we got Doppels coming up from up here, right? Looks like he pulls back, though. Looking in that direction, yeah. Okay. It looks like the attack is now on the Dawn Stove side of the map. And now it looks like the Russia is pushing onto the Wen native site up here. With this big army of spammable infantry, yeah. That's one thing I will say about Russians here, is as long as they can maintain this food and gold, they should be able to just keep spamming out units quickly, right? Yep. But wait, he doesn't have the dueling school, just the fencing school. So, unfortunately for him, he won't be able to get that instant infantry that I certainly like. So for this match, it looks like Russia's going to be a bit more average in terms of its spam rate. Whatever. I would personally love to have that dueling school in there just so I could instantly stream out units wherever I need them, but you be the judge, I guess, of what cards you include. I guess so, yeah. Look at those hussars though, really cutting into those culverts there. Wow, that's crazy, man. Big work. No, he's doing a great job on that front. Definitely tell that for sure, 100%. Ooh, look at this though. Doppelsolder sieging. Wow. Oh god, Russia's not looking too good right now. He just lost his bow factory. Oh. No, he's got one back here. Never mind, never mind. I thought he was gonna lose bow factories and I was like, oh god, that's like so bad. But look at this. Dawn Stove's assistance going nowhere because he's just sending a ton of stuff that's vulnerable to Doppelsolders up close. Yeah. Even the skirmish units there, the land we're in, when they're that close to the Doppels, are just going to get sliced and diced by them. Because look at the hand attack, 46 with 2 splash. Essentially a cuirassier. It's a cuirassier if you can't keep distance with your skirms. Yeah, no, he's going to have to formally come over and help his ally out now with this big army here. But no, wait a minute, he's not micro... Oh my god, he's not microing anything. What? So many, he lost all his artillery, he lost all of his cav, and he just lost so many skirms too. And now, Aoe3 and I just taking out more structures. How much wood does the Rush have? He has a lot of wood. He doesn't have a lot of food, and his gold, his gold's good. Food's a problem. And then he just resigns. Big battle. That made a huge difference. Tell me about it. That was a big battle there, man. Wow. That's insane, dude. Oh my god. Yep. See where the Doppel... Yep, I caught that. I saw what you were doing there. That was crazy, dude. Wow. Because I saw the big blue blur on the side of the map, and I was like, oh god, I better check that out. I have a feeling what he's doing, because I already seen you going in there with the Doppels before, but you kind of went over the top with that one. That was a really good Doppelsolder play right there. Really good one. And not only that, Aoe3 and I is now passing me even more games as we speak. So, the fun doesn't end yet, folks. It's just getting better. This is the last one I got here from stuff I got now, and then I'm going to download whatever he passes me as well. So that'll be good. Okay, so here we are with the 4th deathmatch. We got Dawn Stowe is Russians, Tom Nunes is Dutch, and then we have Aoe3 and I and Smurf using the same Civ combo they did for the game against the previous team. So French and Germans against Dutch and Russians. Very fascinating matchup. Everybody building their church right away so they can get mercantilism and hopefully get those big stack of extra shipments out. You see, Dawn Stowe knows how to use his dueling school card because he's got it right here. You combine fencing school with dueling school, instantly training infantry. Instantly training infantry. It's like really good. And then what else has he got? It's got a Prishniks. What a monster running that card. Wow. Yeah, I don't like a Prishniks. Well, I don't like dealing with a Prishniks. As far as using them, I'll happily use them, but I never want to deal with them. Yep, right away we see the Russia spamming out unstoppable Stiletzis, going with all of the technologies there from the House of... Well, the enemy's got the House of... Which side are we on here? Okay, so they got the House of Vasa down here, and then they have the House of Wen up there. So we got both of those going out. Okay. Just trying to figure out positionally who's got what natives. Royal Arquebusiers coming out of here for the HVNI team, it looks like. So, yep, here comes the Royal Arquebusiers mixed in with French Dragoons. Should be a pretty easy setup there, because you don't even need the French skirms right away, because you can just use some Royal Arquebusiers for now, which should fulfill the skirmish role a bit. But up here, watch out. You got Don Stowe up here with the Wen site, who's going to be able to basically send out a ton of Trabants and Saxon Cuirassiers to complement his weak infantry army as the Russians. I see he's got a blockhouse already, and then he's getting the artillery as well. Yep, see, Cuirassiers, Trabants, so he is starting to make those natives right now as we speak. And going back to the other side of it, Tom Nunes is also sent up... Does he have all his banks out? He's got all the ones except for the ones unlocked through here, it looks like. So he's going to have to do that a bit later. He's also picking up tulip speculation as well. Very nice. Look at all the HV&I Doppels, man. Look at that. Looks like it looks like the last samurai there. Running a ton of swords up against rifles and cannons, man. It looks just like a samurai battle against the Meiji army of Japan. Wow. And he connects with them too, and he wipes out the artillery. Just like Cav. Yeah, no, once they get close, they act much like Splash Cav, man. Just like Cuirassiers. Kind of disturbing, actually, how cold and efficient they are. He wipes out that whole army of Russian infantry. Yep, Russian infantry doesn't have as much HP and attack as regular infantry. So, yeah, no, Doppelcylinder's perfect position to just slice through them just like warm butter. Really nice one, too. Yeah, tell me about it. But then you got Notismurf helping him out as well with the actual Splash Cav Cuirassiers. Cuirassiers and Doppelcylinders. That's like a splash attack nightmare, folks. Everything with splash attack helping each other out. The Cuirassiers wiping out the artillery in the back, Doppels coming in and sieging, and then adding in more splash attack into the stack. How is HV&I's like eco for that? Oh, he can afford it. I mean, he's got the food. He's got the food. He's got the gold. He can afford it. Because as you can see, Doppel's pretty pricey, especially in the gold department. So yeah, no, it looks like he can indeed get that working, yeah. Yep, it looks like the splash attacks are now cut through the infantry, as I can see there. Yep. Ooh, another stack of Doppels right on top of the Canones. Oh no. Oh god, it's basically like running cavalry now at this point. You gotta appreciate this Doppelcylinder gameplay though. It's like really refreshing. Really refreshing stuff here, man. Tell me about it, dude. That's like insane, man. Oh my god. Brutal, dude. Brutal, dude, yeah. And then he's setting up. Yep. That's usually what you see the Russians do. They get their infantry to build the fort, and then they turn that into like an infantry swarming nest where they instantly spam infantry out of it in like a continuous like stream of water, like a rushing river. It's very powerful. Yep, now at this point you're going to see the Doppels be used defensively to just cleave through all this Reuters, all this other troops here. Yep. Trying to see something here. Did Tom Nunes get... Okay, so he just got the royal decree with the blue guards, right? I was just seeing if he got the card that lets you train them out of the forts, too. Doesn't look like he did. Because basically, blue guards are just like musketeers that have field promotion capabilities. At least when you send that card, but yep, just the royal decree ones. You'll rush forward there with the Yuans while the heavy cans in the back blast through everything. Good use of the heavy cans and dragoons there. And then the Doppels cut through the can. Wow, very nice. Wow, that's a lot of horse artillery you got there to blast the infantry with. Yeah, very nice. Should be able to hold the line there and eventually allow HV&I to get the Doppels he needs to push forward, right? Yep. One thing I will say though, look at all the map control that Tom Nunes has established here with his foundry, his stables, and his barracks. They got a pretty big advance here, honestly. Yeah, no, totally. Most definitely. So they're going to have to do some real work on this side to be able to stave it off, I think. Yeah. At this point, the Doppels and the Yuans are sort of on guard duty, just wiping out these raids from Tom Nunes with his Reuters, like, yep, like that one right there. Because that's the thing about Reuters. Not the strongest dragoons on the block. They're actually pretty weak individually, but you can have double of them because they're only a one-pop unit. So you can squeegee in huge, like, swarms of those very easily. Of course, the way to deal with that, of course, is Doppel cylinders. Multipliers against cab and splash attacks, so effectively dishing out, like, almost 100 damage per hit to them, which is really severe. All in a splash arc of, like, 2, which does a lot. Tom MVP this match, by the way. Yeah, no, he's doing really good work here. Like, look at how far he's been able to push on you at this point. He's got a huge advancement too. He's also a micro with his artillery, working skirms and Reuters in, while Don Stowe gives him some artillery support. Yeah, no, they're getting a lot of work done. Splashing through all the torps there. Oh, I got nothing. Does he have nothing? He's not kidding. Like, look at his gold. Wait. He sent him food. Look how much food he just had to send to him. Now he needs gold. Does HBNI have gold? He's got, like, no gold either. God, that's bad. Like, gold is what they need right now, dude. Plus he's having to make all these Yulons and stuff. Yeah, things are not looking too great right now. Most definitely not. They're very vulnerable right now, I think. There's a really good window here for Tom Stowe and Dawn Stowe and Tom Nunes. Notice how I mix up their names together? Tom Stowe instead of Dawn Stowe and Tom Nunes. It's Tom Stowe. That's a fair team name. Looks like the Dutch is out of food, but he has a ton of gold and wood to make artillery spamming possible. Plus he can ship in infinite shipments of culverins too. He can use what little food he has to do some Reuters and skirms. Russia doing some Saxon cuirassiers and stuff. Yeah, no, Don Stowe's economy is just fine. And he's going to be a constant thorn in their side while they're trying to recover and stuff. Yeah, see how he's just trying to push ahead at his factory there and force an advance on. I think he might just be keeping him busy here while the mortars rearrange into the factory. Yep, the factory is being targeted. He's stalling them. He's Joseph stalling them here. Why did he get out of position though? He should have just kept it where he was and gotten a volley out. That's like so weird. Dude, he should have just gotten a shot in and he would have been fine. So now that factory is going to survive and it's going to keep the French player going for longer, which you don't want. Yeah. Not good, dude. Overall, though, they're still getting a pretty good advance, and you got an ally that has resources, so technically still in the winning position here. Some raids in the back with the Saxon cuirassiers doesn't hurt. It's honestly good to take advantage of that resource advantage that Dawn has to get some raiding done and whittle down their reserves even more, I would say. I see he's got some of the, oh wow, he's got some of the grenadiers in there too. Interesting. The giant grenadiers. Here comes horse artillery and Reuters and skirms. But yeah, no, that's why Yuan's there from HVNI, so you are going to need some substantial anti-cav to deal with them. The good news is, though, is that Yulons, of course, were a low HP hand cavalry compared to Hussars, so they should theoretically be a bit easier to grind through if you need to. That's the one thing that makes it a bit easier at the end of the day, I would say, for sure. Totally, man, 100%. What we got here? We got artillery and infantry blasting into the dragoons there. Yep. Cove, please. Cove, please. Alright. Looks like the No Smurf Aoe3 side is holding the line here and actually setting up some walls along this perimeter here to defend it. Which I find kind of interesting, yeah. Most definitely. Yep, they're definitely getting a lot done. He's having a beer fest with his infantry. He catches up really quick with Max Eco. Tom Stowe, Domune. Yep, that's the team. Looks like Don is lacking some gold and wood, but his food is just fine. France really struggling there, particularly in food. HVNI recuperating a bit. Tom Nunes now out of gold, which sounds really funny because the Dutch get a ton of banks to trickle that stuff without vills anyways, so... Does he have all his... Okay, so he might need to get his cigar roller and his rum distillery out, right? Is Don Stowe good in his stuff, or does he need to get something too? He has a lot of eco cards he could be sending. He could be sending the Royal Mint, Textile Mill, Eco Theory, Rum Distillery. These would all help with his gold prom. He also has a few food ones too, like food sales and sustainable agriculture. So yeah, no, this is looking kind of tough actually. HVNI, you are holding good here with Doppelsolners and Ulans. Mortar coming in right now. Oh man, this is not... Okay, so now we see a pretty big army here from both Nunes and Don Stowe. This is a pretty big force here. So now we're going to see essentially a push coming in between these two people. And they're going to attack pretty bigly over in this spot. Let's see how the Culverin micro does. That's the question. Because if somebody loses at Culverins, the other side can just roll in with artillery and start cleaning up the other one. Yeah, Tom Nunes, he's missing some Culverins though. He's trying to micro like one Culverin by itself, trying to get a... And it's down, it's down. It's down. Don Stowe has some like artillery in the back, but he's not going to be able to advance it at all until those Culverins are dealt with. Probably by the Reuters or something. Don is doing some Cossacks too. I don't know if he could like squeegee in some of those. Oh, wait a minute, no. Tom Nunes gets some Hussars there. And then we got Don Stowe coming in with some recruits. Very nice. Doppel's coming in and slashing the artillery in the back. Oh, big time, wow. And then the Hussars here. Coming in and cutting through the artillery now. Not good. Oh, not good for the HVNI team, that is. Good for the Tom Nunes side. Because now they dealt with the one thing keeping them from really rolling mortars and artillery forward there and start pushing in. HVNI has got a lot of resources now. Tom Nunes starting to starve a bit. Don Stowe has food, but very little gold. He has wood, so if he wants to spam unstoppable Stiletzis, now would be the time to do it, I guess. No Smurf, no food. His gold is getting way better. But he's mostly going to have to just, like, spam artillery, I think. But he does have enough food to get some Cuirassiers in. Cuirassiers spam coming. Yep, no, Cuirassiers would be great here. They don't have any substantial, like, anti-cap. I mean... A little group of Reuters is not going to stop Cuirassiers. Cuirassiers are like one of the most tanky, most dangerous and vile cabs you can throw at someone because it has splash attack. Yeah, no, and then if we look over here, we got the Hussars advancing on this side. Yeah, no, this is a pretty good battle, honestly. Yep. Yep, I think they can advance from here, can't they? Yeah. I like the outpost here too from Smurf because this makes it harder for the Dutch person to put his skirms in and start sieging and stuff because the towers will just bite right through his infantry's HP, making it a lot harder to advance on this side, which is quite nice. And then the artillery is going to start bombarding in from this wall too. Right now, it looks like... I don't know if H3 Yeah, no, nope. Yep, H3 is feeding him like his... Like it... Sometimes H3 is like a... Like, you know, it's like a nursing mother. Constantly feeding the baby. Yeah, no, that's what it feels like sometimes. H3 is like the nursing mother of the team. Constantly nursing his baby ally to health. Constantly. Yeah, no, it seems like it. Because whenever the baby teammate needs milk, H3 is there to give him the milk. Not even kidding. Whether it's food or gold or wood, he's always there with it. Need to delete fort. Yep. Unfortunately, he has to delete the fort. That is kind of sad, but hey, you have to do it. Does he have cash cementation? Yes, he does. So he could rebuild it with the Explorer somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, he should probably just rebuild it somewhere else then. If he can. I don't know if he can, though, because they're really whittled down in space and map control. Alright, what's Dutch coming in now with? So he's got skirms, he's got a few Stadblock halberdiers. These are the ones you need to watch out for. Like, once you get the Dutch halberdiers on the field, things get really tough for Cav. Even Cuirassiers start to tremble a bit. Because these Cuirassiers, you know, pretty dangerous unit. But when you add halberdiers into the mix, they deal a ton of melee damage, which that Pierce Arm and the Cuirassier just doesn't do anything for. But the Cuirassiers are dealt with. And now the Dutch person can break through this breach over here and actually start sieging into stuff. Very fascinating. H3 taking advantage of the idling of Dawn Stowe to just get tons of free splash attacks with his Doppel cylinders again, like the start of the game. It's like Groundhog Day. We keep seeing this where somebody just isn't paying attention to their micro, and the Doppel cylinders get way too much attacks than they should be, and then armies just melt away. Just like ice cream in the July summer heat. You need me? He always needs you, man. Everybody needs H3. Yes. I'll have to let Stowe take mid. Yep. An unfortunate sacrifice, because it would be good if they could deal with this Thorn here now. So they don't have to worry about things coming in from the north. But yeah, no. It's going to have to go in and help him. Doesn't look like he has much of a choice, honestly. Most definitely not. Dutch coming in with halberdiers from this side. Yep. As long as it keeps doing halberdiers, the Cav kind of just loses its worth real quick. Because even these Dragoons, if he can't like keep scooting and shooting them away from the front, the halberdiers will just overrun them with their anti-Cav attack. Because look at how much attack they do. They do like 94 damage to Cav. That's big. That's a big strike. The halberdiers also can cut through villagers, particularly Courrier de Bois, because unlike other villagers, Courrier de Bois have pierce armor, so they got like no armor protection from the halbs. So they're taking like literally 47 damage with each hit. Kind of the same damage as like a guard hussar, basically, or a little bit more if you don't count you know, upgrade cards. Yeah. Right now, though, we see the Reuters building a nice, fine line here to protect the artillery. Artillery, I think, must be focused on Doppel cylinders, because that's the thing that threatens that whole formation of units. Also, skirms coming in from the back to make the Dragoon clean up a bit easier, and hopefully get to those Doppels before they get to you. I mean, look at that splash attack. Oh no, that's not good. Oh man, not good. Big bow right there, man. Tell me about. It's a pretty big duel. Oh, and how much resources is... Oh, I noticed that Noah's is losing food, though, and wood. But let's check on Dawn. So, Dawn has... Oh, it's showing the bell right now, just fine. That's very strange. Yeah, see, it's showing stuff right now. That's really weird, dude. Yeah, I just decided to record for now to see if then... Yeah, okay. Hopefully it comes back. Totally. I don't know what's going on with OBS today. It's very weird, man. Looks like the internet's on, which is good. But, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, it looks like that's a win there for Tom Nunez and Ton Stowe. Wow. It's very rare to see HVNI's team fail. Just the siege. Yep. Just the siege, dude. Oh, that's weird. Apparently it looks like the stream disconnected for a bit. Did you... That's very strange, man. Yeah, no. Yeah, I decided to just keep the recording going. That's weird, dude. Yeah, that's very strange. It said OBS disconnected for like a minute or two. Very weird, man. Yeah, so let's go on to the next one now. In the meantime, man. I have to download the other game, so give me a few moments. And then we'll continue with that one, alright? Because HVNI did submit me another 2 versus 2 deathmatch to do, so we'll just do that one, alright? Yeah. I don't know what's up with OBS today. It's being super duper weird. Maybe I need a system update, I don't know. Yep, that's all I can say. Give me a moment. Let's just go into the menu there. Download that game right away, and then we can try it out. Just be forewarned, if it's a recording that I receive after the stream starts, there's no real way for me to guarantee that it won't out of sync. So, it's all knock on wood, right? Knock on wood that it works. And then after that's done, I was thinking of looking for Coliseum Budokai, because I'm in the mood for one, and if I can't find one in the multiplayer, we'll start casting up the Wars Liberty games that I got for you. Just to give you a heads up of the lineup tonight, and then we'll do some HVV Chaos like around 11 p.m. tonight. So basically, what time is it now? 7. So in about 4 hours from now, we'll start that up. Yeah. So give me a quick moment to go check something, and then get that download going. Okay. Yeah. Give me a moment. So, I got some news for you. I got some interesting news for you. So, apparently what happened was we actually lost internet in the place that I'm at. So that me losing connection on YouTube, that wasn't a fluke. We actually legit lost internet in the place randomly. So that I thought it maybe my PC was acting up. No, we actually lost internet. So yeah, because I know my PC's getting older and stuff, and I was worried something was going on. But yeah, no, we legit lost internet for like a minute or two. The awesome thing about YouTube is that on YouTube, if you lose connection to like your stream for like a number of minutes, you can actually keep the stream going from where you left, not from where you left off, but from like wherever you were basically. Just like nothing. Because I started getting scared. I was like, man, don't tell me I'm gonna have to record the rest of this stuff as like a VOD myself. Because that would be kind of annoying. Yeah, no, totally. But looks like supposedly it's resolved now and we should be good. Yeah, I'm hoping. I'm hoping we should be fine. So, yep. That's all good now. Let's try out this new recording that I got and give it a go. Looks like the chat widget is, retry. Should be good now, yeah. Was a good match, very tough. The legendary Aoe3, go for it. I'll check it out. I'm gonna go off in a few. Yeah. Hey, maybe we'll get it done before you leave. Who knows? Let's try it out. It's good to be back. I'm so scared that we were not gonna be able to do the rest of the stream because of some weird stuff going on in the world. Yeah. Because you never know. Because right now, just as an FYI, we're technically at war with Iran right now, and they got all the, cyber attack capabilities. Actually, a company out of the United States, Stryker, actually got hacked today. So I didn't know if maybe they attacked our internet grid and kind of shut us offline. That's something I actually have to be concerned about now as a streamer, that whenever I'm, like, streaming for you, some bad state actor could always shut me down in the middle of a stream with everybody else, and that could cause problems. Or just shut down our power grid too, which would not be good. Because I studied some survivor prepper stuff, and they said if we ever did lose power for an extended period because of a cyber attack or an EMP pulse, that would be enough to wipe out 95 to 98% of the human population in a lot of countries that rely on it. So that would not be good. Yeah, because we use it for everything from cooking to medicine to transportation. We kind of need the electrical stuff, so it goes far beyond Aoe3 casting. But I guarantee you, if you couldn't watch a Streletsy stream of Aoe3, then you'd probably want to be dead anyhow, I suppose. Maybe. Yeah, because it's as important as food and water to your survival. Yeah, so. Anyways, who do we got here? We got HVNI as France. Dawn Stowe has come over onto the HVNI team as the Brits. And they are battling against District 10 as the Russians, and Hero Father with the British. So we got a British and Russian versus a French and British. So what do we got here? So it looks like Dawn Stowe's making a pretty big advance towards the river crossing there, sticking his outposts ever so into the beachhead over there. He is getting a nice wall of towers here. He's also putting up his Athos monastery here as well. And you might be asking, why is he doing that? These Athos monasteries heal your nearby troops. So, if you can keep these close to the front lines, you can effectively give your army longevity and reduce the amount of resources you have to spend on your army, because the troops that you're training will just last a little bit longer, right? And obviously if the enemy retreats or whatever, then you can just heal up fully and treat it like it's a whole new army at that point. Cav Cove, I'm missing Ilwo. Sorry, bad start. Yeah, you're moving a little bit slow, man. I am noticing that. But watch out. Russians put a blockhouse right on the other side of the river, right over there. So you better be careful. He's advancing very quickly on your position. Totally. 100%. Yeah, I mean, honestly, trying to figure out what your strategy is. So it looks like horse, artillery, dragoon, longbow for Brits. French just doing some skirms over here. So where's your sort of defensive line? I'm assuming here, because you got a blockhouse right on top of you. Does that Russian have both of the cards? Yep, he has both dueling and fencing school. Yep. Very important to note, because that makes the blockhouses a lot more dangerous, because it means instantly training infantry. That's why you saw Don Snow and his team win last game, because he was the one using Russians correctly with those cards. And then the game before, where the other guy was using Russians, it just didn't work because, you know, he didn't include that card, which gave him a disadvantage. So, the cards you run definitely do matter quite a bit, just saying. So far it's not out-syncing, so I'm crossing my fingers that we get to watch this whole thing. Yeah. But anyways, Father coming down here with his rockets. Has some Moors in the back, and he's just trying to advance forward a bit, right? Alright, this is a much more substantial push I see here. Mortars, rockets, dragoons, longbows. He's getting a pretty big advancement here. Whereas the Russians gonna just keep squeegeeing troops along this blockhouse here, constantly spamming out infantry. And then able to like keep culverins in this foundry going just so he can counteract Don Stow's artillery and hold this position. And then the British is also coming to help him too. He's like trying to corner him into this like little U shape, as you can see. Very, very nice. Alright, so I'm trying to see positionally how they're doing. So it looks like the Don Snow and H3 and IT have secured their side of the river from all the advancing troops, and they're not going to waste the moment. They're going to reclaim the House of Fanar side, and they are going to start walling this up like crazy. Particularly over here, but they're also going to try to set up a wall over here too. Actually, no, this is the enemy wall. I'm My bad. I was like, wait a sec, is that H3? No, he's yellow. This is purple, the enemy. So yeah, Dawn Stowe's just going to try to wall this off, I guess, to see if he can make it hard for them to advance back in if they come up again. And from there, it looks like Dawn Stowe is taking control of the river area here with this army. Also trying to sneak into mortar so he can start breaking apart the enemy British wall. We're actually going after the foundries, so going after the production. In some ways that's better, because the production is really what matters. You know, walls are obviously an obstacle, but if you can take out the production buildings, that pushes the enemy back even further, because they have to train this stuff from further back, and that takes time to get there, and naturally the battle moves out of their focus and towards, you know, that direction. Yeah, right now we see a Dawn Stowe battling farther here between the two British armies. Looks like Dawn Stowe has the more substantial force, and you'll notice here how Dawn Stowe is using Rangers and his opponent is using Longbowmen. Very interesting stuff, I would say. Overall, the difference between them is the Longbow is going to have more range and shoot faster, whereas the Ranger is going to have slightly higher, is really going to be stronger in multipliers. And then the armor is going to be higher as well, so that's kind of the statistical difference between the two, yeah. But the HP is about the same, as you can see. It's both 152 on there, yeah. Alright, so what's this? Russia is coming on the side here with the fort, trying to spam from this corner, but Aoe3 intercepts him with skirms. That's a big army of skirms right there. Yeah, he's going to try to, like, probably take out the native site, but he's also going to have to take out that blockhouse, too. But watch out here. Vills are sneaking up. I can see these settlers coming up right now. Last thing you need if you're Aoe3 is, like, a blockhouse right in this spot, somewhere there, because then you can just start advancing polar chicks and all sorts of stuff down this pipeline there. Looks like the purple Brit is running out of food, wood, and very little gold. Aoe3 France looking strong. Russia looking strong. Dawn Stowe Brit is also starving very badly too. So the Brit players are really being very slow like a sloth because they just can't afford to keep wasting troops. Whereas the Russian and the French players, they have a lot more flexibility with their forces right now to pick battles and stuff. Yeah. Because I think, you know, while this is going on over here, you gotta look over here, because if somebody gets full control of this area, that's going to be a staging ground to either come up this way for their team, or if you're the Aoe3 team, you would advance on this axis over here and go. And I think if it comes down to it, I think Russia has to be a lot more concerned, because looking over here, it looks like the France has his outposts over here, which is going to make it a lot easier for him to, like, fortify this position, and it's a lot more close. But for the Russian, what you have here is a few stables, right? And then he sneaks in around, sweeps through your mills to your factories, and then you're dead. So I think the Russian player particularly has to, like, win the battle on the left side there and keep that going, because if he doesn't, then you got some real issues, right? Some big issues. You got lazy and should have opened with artillery. Yeah, I kind of see that now. I see exactly what you're saying. Yep, it happens sometimes, you know. Because it's easier to just spam barracks sometimes instead of micro and artillery, so yeah, I totally get that. Oh, look at how deep these poor chicks are getting, though. This could be a problem. If they get a factory, forget about it. So they get to the estates. They do take a few Vil kills. He finds the factory, and he gets the poor chicks there. It's literally going to force both these dudes to run up there like it's like a big emergency and just save the fort. But whoa, he's not paying attention to anything. He could have just stopped right there and just sort of sieged it. But I think now he's getting so many alerts that he's probably just figuring out where he's... Okay, he figures it out now. The question, does he have enough time to do it? Maybe he does. Like, if these troops accidentally shoot the unstoppable Stiletzis only without... Because, see, the Porchicks are in the back. So, he will have time to get this factory down. That factory will be going down right now. Yep. There you go. Alright. Yeah, that's a big loss. And then you got Russian advance onto their riverside over here. He still has HP on to the fort, right? Yep. He's sending everything he can right now. Because the Russian, if you looked at his deck before, I noticed this. He has infinite 2 Falconets. So he's got anti-infantry that he can keep shipping in here with these infantry units. To just bombard whatever sort of stuff that HVNI is doing. Now, the factory loss is pretty substantial, but it's HVNI we're talking about, so I think he'll be okay. The one thing that HVNI does a lot, which I think is very smart, he loves to macro with his herdables. He gets sheep, and he gets moo-moos. He gets the cows and the sheep. So he should have enough food here to be able to keep this going. If it was anybody else, I think you'd have some problems, because most people don't have the APM and the macro ability to fit in cows and sheep with that too. And I think that itself is going to be a really neat advantage, honestly. Yeah, totally. 100%, yeah. What's going on over here? So there's still blockhouses and cannons here, right? Yep. Okay, so I'm just trying to see. Yeah, so Russia does retain this position. He has food to spam unstoppable Stiletzis and the wood to do it, so it looks like he can actually keep fighting this, because he doesn't need heavy infantry. He just needs to keep spamming the, the unstoppable Stiletzis. Looks like, though, that HVNI is adding in Grenadiers now, just so he can maybe get some crush damage and splash in to try to change that up. Yeah, no, looks like for right now both sides can currently duke it out just fine here. But watch out for that artillery, though. It looks like the horse artillery is making a bit of an advantage. HVNI Yang and Hussars now. But the Russian player does throw in a few Porchicks here and there to try to negate the Hussar advantage. And here's that infinite Falconet shipment coming into play there, by the way. Where's this? So Don Stowe has like no gold. And the other Brit has resources, though. That's another thing we need to watch carefully, because it looks like Don Stowe's going to have to be like fed by his nursing mother HVNI once again, just to feed him. Yeah. Stowe doesn't ask for help. Normally he just rolls with it. Oh, really? Wow. Well, strong man, I guess. Yeah, no. He's a traditional man in that sense. His wife must love him for that. Yep, doesn't ask for help, just gets the job done. Right. Yeah, no, if he can hold his own with lack of resources, that's a pretty good skill to have. But right here, we see Boyar's coming in, Evs and I. Because look what happened. It looks like he's got his Fanar site down there. But it looks like Dawn Snow doesn't have his Fanar site anymore, so he can't have those support natives, which will be a bit of an issue. Plus, I wonder why he's going to call in the Greek Revolution here to send in all those Sacred Band infantry as well. They're pretty good because they're, unlike regular muskets, they have like a little extra range, and then they have really good rate of fire. Rate of fire of like 2 instead of 3, so they do shoot pretty fast, which gives them a bit of an edge. I love Gundam and Colosseum Budokai for that reason, because of the faster shooting and longer range stats, which I think are a lot better than just raw stats sometimes. How's Don Stowe doing now for... Okay, so he's kind of leveled out his resources a bit, which is great. The Arbrid has resources too. I'm trying to see if anyone's starved yet. No. Russia's struggling a bit in the gold department though, but because he's dealing with mostly skirmishers here, it really doesn't phase him too much because he really can just spam Unstoppable Stiletzis as his infantry and then ship in artillery and stuff to gain an edge in that department. And then he has to train a few Porachicks like he is right here just to clean up any Hussars that show up. And then the rest is pretty simple for him to do, basically. Yeah. Looks like the Russian player is advancing. Well, not really advancing, but he is getting some good kills here, though. Let's check the resources. So, Don Stowe is basically dead in food and gold. The other Brit, though, has all the food and he's got enough gold at this point, so... Yeah, it's looking like a clear one-sided battle at this point, at least in terms of resources. And Aoe3 and Wol is slowing down a bit too, like his gold's going down, so it's going to be a bit tough for him to hold out much longer against this Russian, assuming he gets some good Falcon headshots. If the Russian can get some good Falcon headshots, it's going to be really hard for Aoe3 and Wol to hold that position for much longer, honestly, yeah. Kurhus plus Halb flank rush. Oh, Cuirassier plus Halberdier. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. That's something that I used to use a lot in Wars Liberty before they reformed the Civ and changed their roster and stuff. Yeah, I know. It's actually a really good combination, actually. Halberdier plus Cuirassier. Yeah, most definitely it is. Yep. Alright, so that's the end of that one. Very nice battle. Oh, that was a good one, too. So what was I gonna do? I was gonna see if there was any like Colosseum Budokai lobbies, right? Because I was in the mood for one. I think the maintenance should be done now, right? If there's none, then we'll just, you know, do some good old Wars Liberty cast, and guess we will. Okay, let's head over there and do that. So I'll just exit out of DE for now. We'll do some Wars Liberty casting. I'll probably ping the Wars Liberty servers and see if we can get some of those guys on as well. Should be really fun. Let me boot that up here. Let's see who we can get. Because I got like, I think I got like 5 recordings to cast on this side too. So, yeah, they might be long ones, they might be short ones. I don't know. So we'll have to wait and see what they are. Yeah. Well, first we gotta do Nathan versus Foofy 2, because we saw the first one yesterday. We didn't get to see the second one yet, so I'll pull that up right now. Pretty much, yeah. Alright, so let's find Nathan versus Foofy 2. It's that one with the weird letter casing on it. So which one is it? Unless it's the other one around, it might be Foofy Nat. Let me see. Yeah. This one. Yep, it's this one actually. So let's try this one. Oh, I didn't ping the Wars Libby servers. Let me do that now too. Yeah. Give me a moment while this is loading up. Oh, cool. We got Maori. Foofy playing Maori. No, that's Nathan playing Maori. What's going on, man? Yeah. Oh, Foofy's playing Paraguay. That's awesome. Yeah, Foofy's a very strong Paraguay player. He's actually sometimes even stronger than I am, so I think we're going to have a fun time with this one, honestly. Yeah. So, yep. Let's watch it, shall we? So, it looks like here the matchup's going to be Maori versus Paraguay. Two very different civs. In general, I think Paraguay is normally a very good counter to Maori. But that's provided that you do everything right, I would say, for sure. Yeah. Most definitely. So, yeah. The main thing about Paraguay is that, in general... Wait a minute. A file? Oh, yeah. Alright, I have to recopy the stream link. Okay. That sounds good. Alright. Alright, yeah, I'm trying to multitask there and like share with the Wars Liberty folk. Alright, and then I'll just do the multiplayer server and then we should be all good. Yep. Okay. Let me see. Trying to find the channel. It's hard with this little UI view to do it. Alright, there we go. Found it. Awesome. So here we go, man. We can finally watch the match. So basically, when you're playing Paraguay, you have to make some big decisions about your early game, what you're going to do. You can either just go all villagers, you can go foodworks, woodworks, goldworks, or any combination of them, basically. And what a works building is, it's a factory that trickles a resource. Like a foodworks will trickle you food, a wood one will trickle you wood, a gold one will trickle you gold, right? They are kind of expensive. They cost 150 of two different resources, and they have about a 3 population cost on them too. So you do need to use up some of your housing space to have them. So they're not exactly like banks in the traditional sense where you can just spam as many of them as you want under the building. And no, you gotta like have some extra houses for them. Whereas Maori over here is the only Polynesian civ in the mod right now. So they play very weird, distinctive way. The main thing you should know though is that the Maori civ does not use houses. They simply just use this town center structure here to do all their population at. And as you age up, there will be more text that you can research to up the housing space that each one of these like TC structures will let you have, basically. And not only that, the structure can train infantry, it can trickle food with some techs, it can also upgrade its defensive properties too. So yeah, it's a really cool structure, really. And as a Polynesian civ, you actually need to age up using your explorer to go on a voyage to a nearby land, and he'll bring back rewards according to how expensive and slow the age up is, right? So you can get a very expensive and slow age up, and that one will give you a ton of rewards, or you can get a shorter one, they'll give you less rewards. And if you go with the fastest one in the game, the South Island and New Zealand one, you don't get any rewards. It's literally just like a cheaper exiled prince. So you have to weigh which voyages to get. And he's got one right now. So he's going to New South Wales. Probably send up a fast fortress. This is typically how you do a build for a fast fortress. You open up with New South Wales. It's kind of the middleman voyage. The kind of the moderate cost. It's like 800 food. So pretty normal to a European age up in terms of food costs, right? Is he using any fish at all? No, but he should. He should, because I'm going to tell you right now, the Maori Explorer has a cool ability that's totally free, by the way. You don't have to pay anything for it. You just start the game, right? He has a little button in the UI. You click it. You get a builder ship right at your water gather point, and you can build a boat shed anywhere on the water. Doesn't even have to be on the coast. It can be out in the middle of the water, too. And from that, you can train fishing boats called dugout canoes, and you can train your naval vessels, too. So, yeah. I think Nathan is forgetting that fact right now, and that could cost him later depending on how good Fufi is here. And I can tell you right now, Fufi is going to do a great job with Paraguay. It looks like Fufi has decided to not go with any works buildings. He doesn't even have them in his infinite shipment thing there, so looks like he's going to build the works buildings later, which I find interesting, yeah. And which age up is he again, by the way? French wave. Okay, so that's good. The one thing I don't like, though, is that he doesn't have Hemeroteca. At least for me, because I'm very early with my works buildings. I like to get Hemeroteca so I can get the build limit up by 1 and really take advantage of them. He at least has the upgrade cards. He has the Alto Cochino for the food works, the Ofribe for the gold one, and then he has Isolationism, which is, improves all of the works buildings, but it makes your train posts like awfully expensive. Like it makes them cost like 600 wood. Yeah, imagine a train post costs as much as a town center. Yeah, that's sort of the effect of that trade-off card. Which, if you don't plan on going the trade route at all, or your map doesn't have a trade route, it's like not even a problem. But if you like the trade route and natives and stuff, it can be kind of problematic for you to plan that out. Yeah, so French immigrants are here. Basically, these immigrant age-ups for Latin American cids are very similar to the kinds of age-ups you see with the Mexicans in the United States in Definitive Edition. They technically give you 2 cards, right? You know, just like the ones in Definitive Edition do. But because this is an older game and they don't have the coding capabilities of sticking it right in your home city, the cards actually appear at this building here called the Immigrant Colony. And the cards, or texts, if you want to call them texts, you can call them either thing, because they technically appear as a technology here, are very powerful and very useful. But unlike the age-ups for Definitive Edition with the United States and Mexico, these immigrant colonies do a lot more stuff as well. They actually include these battalion armies that you can train there for one shipment, effectively acting as like an infinite unit shipment, making those special units that you can only get at these immigrant colonies. In the case of the French, it would be the Red Devil, so essentially a French Naginata rider, I would say, without a lance. He actually has a sword, so basically Japanese statted cavalry, I would say, if that makes any sense. But later on, you can get more battalions, like they have sort of a rifle rider level dragoon you can get out of there too, called the Foreign Legion Cav, good against muskets and heavy cavalry. And then even a doppelsoldier called the Palatine Guard, which uses a halberd to do splash attacks. So, yeah, some really good stuff. Now, this is a really good tech to get early on if you have French immigrants. It's called bakeries. This is one of those quote-unquote cards that I talked about. So, bakeries will let you get 2 food works for the cost of 1 shipment. That's really good, because usually you have to pay 1 shipment to get 1 infinite food works card in your home city. So every time you want like a food works wagon, you have to like use a shipment for that in your home city. This tech effectively has the efficiency of 2 shipments in 1. So it's really a good way to boom up quickly. And not only that, you can actually receive the quote-unquote cards from the immigrant colony at the same time as your UI for the shipments. So while Fufi is shipping in 8 Escopeteros, he also got this shipment cost and tech done at the same time. So he didn't lose time on either of them, which is really convenient. Right now he's going with a mix of Pardos and Escopeteros. Escopeteros, crossbowmen, so they're like your Age 2 sort of skirmish unit. They have a little bit less range than crossbows though, but they do get splash attack of 1. 1 area of effect allows them to splash bullets into multiple nearby units. But not all the bullets have accuracy, so some of them might hit, some of them might not. Right, whereas the Pardo is your sort of pikeman spearman, if you will. But not only that, with Paraguay, your barracks and your stable will give you free troops, called the Pitirai. These are essentially sort of like coyote runners, but very weak and cheap. They have hand armor, since they're considered assault class cavalry versus scout class cavalry. Difference is scout class cavalry are specializing against skirmishers and assault ones against heavy infantry. So these guys are technically more equipped to deal with muskets in proper numbers, yeah. They get a splash attack too of like 1. So kind of a similar melee profile as like samurai. So they can damage multiple units when they swing their weapons, which is quite good, yeah. You should try Deathmatch sometime. I'm off to bed now. Good night. Have a good stream. Yep, you as well, Aoe3 and I. It was glad having you. It was really awesome having you here for our streaming. It's pretty fun, so yep. Most definitely. So, what sort of stuff we got here? 700 coin. I'm just trying to see what... Oh, look at all the spearmen that Fufi's done here. I mean, Nathan's done here. He's going for a spearman rush. This is the thing we saw the other day in the game against Codefender, remember? Codefender was the Ottomans, and then Nathan just snuck up on his base with a ton of spearmen. The only problem is here, he's not sneaking up on because he's got, like, the army right here. Watch out for. Oh no no no no no no no no no no no no no no no no no no no no no. See, he built everything too close, and now his troops can't even get to where they need to. Man, that's just so bad. Oh my god. Yeah, see, he's like receiving a 1.85 trickle per. And he lost both of them. Oh my god, that is so bad. Like, you tell me that didn't happen? You tell me that didn't happen, son? That's like ridiculous, son. What is going on, man? Oh my god, son. That's not good at all. Can't even make that stuff up, son. Totally not. Wowzers. Not good. That's all I can tell you about that. Not good at all. Very, very, very disturbing. Tell me about it. Yeah, I mean, in that situation, basically now Fufi's going to run out of all that food that he was getting from it. Whereas, Nathan, he's got plenty of food and wood to spam at this point. Nathan. No. Oh, wait a minute, no, that's a hunting tech. Forget what I was saying. I was like, I thought he was getting like a wood chopping tech, and I'm like, dude, send this. This gives you all the wood chopping techs for free. Yeah, no. Alright, he got a hunting tech, that's totally fine. I'm surprised he didn't get it earlier, actually. Probably because he's fully macroed into food and wood. I didn't tell you this already, but Maori, they don't have to pay gold for age ups. They have to pay food and wood. So it's kind of normal if you see a Maori player just neglect their mining the whole game and just spamming food and wood just to make spearmen. Because, yeah, spearmen spamming is a thing, since they're pretty affordable. What did they cost, actually? Yeah, they are cheaper than an average, pikeman, so that's a big consideration. Paraguay is aging up, though, with Croatians. He's going up with the Croats. Interesting. And then Nathan is going up with the Van Diemen's Island voyage. So instead of going for that little sort of like semi-fast fortress age up, the quick one, he's actually going with the more expensive one, the Tasmania one. And this Tasmania one will actually give him a couple of things. It'll give him some Tasmanian devils he can use to bite the enemy units. It'll give him some bush rangers, basically some skirms. Plus he'll get some like animals to hunt, I believe. No, I think he gets bush tomato berry plants, and then he gets like some crates too. Plus he gets a shipment as well. Yeah, I should also mention that the more expensive voyages that you get do give you shipments, and you can actually use them for stuff like this. Cards, you see these cards here that have like the little boat underneath? That means that it's actually a 2 shipment card. So it's like the strength of 2 cards in one, plus a little extra. So these ones in particular, these really gnarly ones, they give you like 1,200 wood. So that's more than a standard wood shipment for this age. And then you get like 8 villagers on top of that. Which, that's pretty good. That's a big card there. Big card. That gives you a huge boom in your economy long term and a big boom in it short term. So really helpful. But watch out though, it looks like the Paraguayans are in his base. They are rushing his position. Looks like the texture replace bug happened because now they lost their skin there, but it's fine. At this point he's just spamming spearmen at him. It's like, dude, guy's doing skirmishers, man. Spearmen is not going to work unless you have like 1,000 of them. Yeah, you saw how quickly there the Paraguayan Escobateros cleaned up those spearmen though. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, Escobateros with that splash attack go very hard sometimes. But look what happened. He got the Tasmania age up. And now he's got some bush rangers, plus some food crates too. Yeah, these bush rangers upgrade to the Baron upgrade will be a nice defense here. But he doesn't have a lot of them though. He's got the spearmen stopping the reinforcements coming from up here. But just not enough stuff to fight this off, unfortunately. Yeah. Ooh, good fighter shipment there. Yeah. So basically, you get like three types of infantry as Maori. You get fighters, which are sort of like your coyote runners, so they're the cav. You get the spearmen for the anti-cav, and then you get the marksmen that sort of act as sort of like your skirmishers to kill infantry with. We haven't seen the marksmen yet, but we've seen the fighters now, and then before you saw the spearmen. Yeah. Nathan's sending this big beefy card that I talked about. 1,200 wood and 8 villagers. That's a lot of stuff right there. That's huge. That's a lot. I thought he was already aging up before. Wasn't he aging up before? He canceled it out to do troops, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I was a little bit bogged down by that, trying to think. Wait a second, I thought he was aging up already. Very, very weird, man. Yeah, no, totally. Very, very strange. I don't know, dude. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah. Getting a fort is always a good thing, I would say, for sure, if you want to. One thing to note, though, for Latin American civs is if you get a fort, it's usually best to put them on the coastline if you want to go Navy, because I guess the fort has some cool bonuses that actually strengthens your nearby naval ships with one of the texts that you can research at the fort. So it is recommended you put the fort near the beachhead over here, so if you want to like make some boats, you can actually defend the fort from both the water and the land, and you know, have a good base of operations on both sides. But I don't think he's going to go water, so it's. I'm surprised the Maori hasn't gone water yet because he can get a free boat shed with his Explorer. I think that's like a huge fallacy that he should probably consider doing something about. Yeah, no, totally. A big fallacy, man, most definitely. Here comes the Escapateros. Oh man, that's some big splash he's got there. Wow, crazy. Yep, you ship some of the Juanitas Bonitas in, the Vivenderas. Yep. Well, these guys are an earlier game unit with a splash attack. The Vivenderas are sort of like your real skirms. They have like the full 20 range of a regular skirm, but they have slightly less HP though, so you have to be careful with them. The good news is though is that they have a healing ability, so they can actually heal up the rest of your troops if they get injured, removing your need for priests most of the time, since you can just put some Vivenderas in your army, and they'll both like destroy muskets and dragoons very well, and also heal up your military as well, which is really good.
¿Qué me ordena? Lo haré. ¡Al ataque!
Okay, so you did get the Tehedawa Spearman upgrade. Okay, good. Yeah, basically with Maori, they're a bit different than other civs because instead of like having normal Veteran Guard Imperial, you actually get to choose different upgrade paths, right? And then the first like Fortress Age upgrades, you get to choose what weapon your units will use. So you can either have a Tehedawa Spearman that does like one splash attack like the Samurai, or you can have them become the Tau Spearman that has more range on the end of their spears so they can hit from further back, allowing them to like maybe avoid some melee damage when going into melee, which is pretty cool. And it also improves their micro too, which is another thing, because you don't have to like collide with other units to like reach their target because they can just hit from further back. So yeah, it's kind of a cool feature. And then later on, your Guard Imperial upgrades, you can choose what path to go on, and it'll determine how many hit points and attack the unit will get from the upgrade, right? You can either go with the more glass cannon upgrades that offers more attack but less HP, or you can go with the more defensive ones that offers more HP and less attack, you know. But you don't get a middle road option if you want to like just have like a split down the middle normal guard upgrade or a regular Imperial upgrade. You unfortunately don't get that at all, sadly. So yep, pretty much. Interesting. I'm seeing how good these Tehedawa Spearmen are with their splash attack. I think in this situation, the Maori player gets a lot of advantages because once he gets the Dehedo Spearman upgrade, he kind of has the splash attack advantage of the Premier de Lignes of the Paraguay player. You know, the Petty Rise. You know, I mentioned how they have a splash attack. Like, see here, they get like one splash. So the Dehedo and Spearman get the splash attack advantage, but they get the multiplier advantage of like the Pardo and killing Cav. So what ends up happening is these Tehedo Spearmen end up becoming a really dangerous force of units that can like wipe out a lot of stuff. So what you have to do as Paraguay is you need to mass up a lot of units, get a lot of skirmish units, and maybe get some artillery too that you can secure in the back and maybe keep it safe. Yeah, basically. Yep, the Tehedo Spearmen are creeping up on the Escopeteros right now, as you can see there. I'm pretty disturbed at how good these Tehedo Spearmen are doing, man, but I think part of the problem is Fufi isn't consolidating his army. Yes, he should. When I'm Paraguay, I often play very defensive at first and get huge stacks of troops, unless I know I can secure a win. Because if I feel like I can secure a win with a small army, I'll just run forward and do it. But often what I do is I get like 100 something troops, so that this Tehedoa problem doesn't happen, because you'll just have so many rows of Escopeteros that you can just layer them and just use the splash attack to clean them up. Because normally I think an army of just Tehedoa Spearmen should normally not be being Paraguay. As long as you layer your troops and you get enough of them, and you just make walls of like Escopeteros. Yeah, no, totally. That's definitely, yeah. Outposts is... Alright. See, yeah, I mean, once it gets to this point where the Tehedo Spearmen are being your regular units, I feel like the Spearmen have... Unlike other units, right? Like, let's just say these were Cuirassiers or something. the cuirassiers wouldn't be able to siege like your infrastructure very quickly. But to head with spearmen, since they're a spearman unit, they got good siege. They have like a siege of like 40, and plus there's a ton of them. So winning battles with Tehidwa spearmen without any sort of other supports is like such a huge deal. Because once you kill off the armies, then you can just start sieging whatever you want. And what I would start with first, actually, is the houses. Because all these works buildings are eating up Fufi's pop space. So if you can take out the houses, then the works buildings become a detriment. Because then he can't train troops and he has to rebuild the houses and it becomes really obnoxious. And while he's doing that, then you can take the barracks out and then take the works out. But well, I would take the barracks out first so he can't make anything, and then they'll take out the works last so he starves. Yeah. It's all strategy, man. He has French workers, right? Yep, okay. Good to know. Because, see, these immigrant colonies, if you lose them, you lose them. But if you have, like, any of the workers from them alive, you can actually rebuild them using them. Yeah. Yep, you can also train workers from those immigrant colonies, too. The problem is, though, is they have, like, one specialized skill where they're really good at, and everything else they're really bad at. So you really have to pick and choose which one you end up going with, otherwise it can lead to some big problems, yeah.
See?
A tus órdenes. Dígame, mariscal. Oíma.
So what does he get now? He's getting to Power Marksman and Melee Fighter. He has the cards for him, right? He doesn't have the cards for him, but he's... Oh my god, man. Why are you doing that to yourself, dude? Why does he do this, man? Nathan, if you're going to make those units, you get their advanced cards. I think that's like a big mistake on Nathan's part, because you actually get these really neat advanced cards for each of the units. And if you get them, you will actually improve the stats even further. Because look at this one, for instance, for the Tehidwa. It gives the unit 10% more HP, 5% more attack, plus 10% extra movement speed. So he's missing out on some really good improvements by not having advanced Tupara and advanced melee fire there, which is really, really dumb of him to do, honestly. I don't know why he's doing that, because honestly, the Huera fighter and the Purakuma are a lot better, because the Huera fighters actually have splash attack, and then the Purakumus bring the marksman range up to like 20, making it like a real skirmisher, instead of the Tupara one that stays at like the crossbowman level range. Yeah, I don't know why he's letting Fufi regrow like this, because Fufi could like still beat him in this state. I don't know if he's leaving him alive for purpose, or he's just simping or something. Yeah, no, Fufi could just wipe him out at any time now, especially with this many Escobateros here. It's a real risk. It's a real risk, man. So I don't know what the dude's thinking, but it's not good. He's taking a real gamble with it, son, and I don't know where he's going with this, but yeah, it's not good. That's all I'm gonna say. Definitely not good. Most definitely not. Alright, so he's got some Mary Fires mixed in with the Tahedawars. So yep, the Mary Fire is basically just a fire with like more melee damage, so technically really good against infantry. Yeah, really good against infantry. But not so good against heavy infantry, basically. Yeah, the Mary Fires, to their credit, will do like a ton of individual damage here. They'll do like, I'd like to say like maybe 40 damage or something, which is quite nice. Especially for like a one pop weak unit like that. Plus, with the Maori, when you kill enemy units, all your other units gain a temporary attack boost stack. So that they do more damage. Because look at what's happened. The numbers are fluctuating on the units here. And for the Mary Fires, for instance, their hand attack can go up to almost as much as like 60. If 10 nearby enemy units are like dead for a period of time. And the stack lasts for about like, I think like 5 seconds or something. It's pretty helpful because it can let you clean up troops very quickly. What Nathan did there was like really good. He just got tons and tons of spearmen with Marys. And that combined was enough to absolutely clobber his opponent into the ground. Yeah, he did pretty good there. I'll be honest. Gosh, he did a fairly nice, sweet job there, honestly. Not too many complaints at all with that one. Most definitely not. Good game. Let's do another one now. Now we got, I think, like a best Aoe3 series that I can do for you if I remember correctly. Let me check. Let me boot up Boris Libby again and tell you what the verdict is. I think it's a best of series. Alright, so let me see what this series, I think it's called Zanzinat, like Zanzibar, but it's Zanzinat. Yep, this is the one I'm talking about here. I'm debating Gafos about what they did to Fortnite. They added Suisse from Hololive to Fortnite, and Bibu's like flipping out about it, man. Yeah, so let's start this one up now with ZanziNet number one. I don't know who Zanzi is though, so we're gonna have to see who that is. Who's ZanziNet? ZanziNet. Ooh, Zanzifu. Zanzifu. Who's Zanzifu? He sounds like a Chinese fella. I don't know. But in this best out of three, it looks like Nathan will start Maori again. And Zanzifu is going Ottomans. Okay. Ottomans. If this guy's a pro, then Nathan's got some big problems because Ottoman's obviously really dangerous if yeah. But interestingly enough, Revnak over on Diviv Edition pinged all these like lessons for his House of Train Post community where he actually taught people that people always assume Ottomans are really OP, but in reality, they actually have a really substantial ceiling in terms of skill. And the French are actually more lethal because the French are a more well-rounded civ and they can actually do a lot more than the Ottomans can. Yeah. Because so many people are used to like dying to Ottoman fast fortresses and fast industrials, but Revnak made the case that the only reason that happens is people don't know how to macro and micro good around those builds, and those builds of the Ottomans are actually really limited. And once you overcome them, the Ottomans kind of just run out of steam really quickly. Whereas the French, with all their skirmishers, splash cav, dragoons, crossbowmen, pikemen, they basically have every unit in the game that they can run against you. So the French can actually confuse you a lot more because they have so many more options. And on top of that, their very villagers can be added as military as well. So technically, the French can really do anything in the game. In Definitive Edition 3, that is. But it's very similar in Wars of Liberty, too, because in some ways, Wars of Liberty French are actually even more lethal because they get even better, like, ranged options, you know? Instead of, like, foot skirms, they get mounted ones called the Chasseurs et Chevals, like mounted skirmishers, so they actually have the mobility of cavalry. Plus, they get ranged assault units like the Zwaves, so basically Habsburg mounted infantry, but in like a dismount format. Really strong. No. Plus the Foreign Legion cab, you know, muskets get stronger when they get near away from their own town center, and they gain like a huge stat buff when they do it. No. Wars Libby French. Really scary civ. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like Maori's gonna go for a trading post, yeah. So, interestingly enough, instead of building trading posts directly, the Maori Explorer simply just builds these travois to build the trading post for him. So, technically, if you have like a huge amount of wood, you can like technically build like 5 trading posts at the same time using that ability. In like regular early game, it doesn't really matter since the wood cost is the same, but down the road, it can make a huge difference. It can make a huge difference, and it especially helps you out in like deathmatch where you need to like want to capture a whole trade route and all the natives. Just like pump out like 5 wagons out of the Explorer, and it just like spreads out like a virus, man, like tendrils. And what voyage is he going for, by the way? He's going for South Wales, so he's set up similarly to the Fufi game. Almond player, he built a market, picked up his hunting dogs, going with artisan for 400 wood. Yeah, so he seems to be playing pretty nice. Was again though, he could get the Aoe natives. These are Nizaris. These are Middle Eastern skirmisher natives. He also has the Industrial Age Druze shipment too. These are like spearmen. So he does have some native options. Plus everything else looks pretty standard. Almond, Falconet, Sifahi, Abbas, Forge, and the deck itself looks pretty fine. Battlefield construction is something we normally see in like late game decks, but if he could somehow get this to work, that's pretty good. I mean, it's got like this is Furrier basically, naturalist expedition, helps with the hunting and the berries. 3 falconets in age 4. Why not bombards, man? Dude, what are you doing with that one? That one I don't know. What treasure is this? 30 XP. Yep. So I'm gonna open up Barracks Janissary. You can do that. I mean, it's fine. I would warn you that against more advanced opponents, that might be a little risky to do. Just so you know. I suggest he gets the Foundry and adds Abbas gun in personally, because if he goes Jan Abbas, he should be fine here. Like Jan Abbas straight up against a Maori player is like their worst nightmare. Janissary can technically be countered by marksman, so he has to be careful there, honestly.
Hazır. Emrin. Evet.
Spearman again. I feel like, though, the Spearman thing isn't going to work here just because he's running Janissaries, yeah. Yeah, if I were you, Nathan, I would probably go Fast Fortress and the Purukuma Marksman. The Spearman is a waste of resources here. You should not be doing Spearman. No. Spearman is a big gamble, son, that could cost you a lot. A whole lot. Yeah, I'm just telling you, man, you don't want to go with that because it could really not go too well for you if you play your cards wrong. So, yep. That's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you. Word to the wise, don't go Spearman against Janissaries. Because honestly, if you went like Fast Fortress into Porokuma Marksman, the marksman with the Porokuma upgrade, he would have like a 20 range skirm to just punish Janissaries easily. But now, because he's doubling down on Spearman, and you see the Armament player go double barracks Janissary now, Armament player has the ideal unit to counter Spearman, plus he has the volume of Janissary production to be able to like punish it. Yeah. See, for Maori, one thing you should be aware of too is something I didn't mention. Maori as a Civ bonus can also train their units in blocks of 10 instead of just 5. So you normally, when you queue up blocks of units in Aoe3, you can only have like up to 5 units in a block. Maori can do it in blocks of 10. Very similar to the Bushido Principles tech for the Japanese consulate that does the same thing. Letting you train 10 units at the same time instead of 5. Yeah, no, so that allows Maori to effectively have less production billions. They can either just use the pause structure here to train the infantry, or if you want to use the training grounds, you only need like 1 or 2 versus like 3 or 4. Yeah. The only thing is though, you need a training grounds to actually upgrade the units, so eventually you do need to build one regardless, but in the early part of the game, you might not even need to build a training grounds. You could literally just use your TC structure to do that. The only reason you'd build it early is if you really wanted to preserve your villager income. And I'm not seeing him training villagers, so I don't know why he did a training grounds if he's just going to let his TCs stand idle. That's like another little thing I'm nipping at him for, you know? You keep the... Yeah, right now he's doing it. Probably he was... Yeah, no. I mean, I don't think you should have to micro that hard with Spearman. Just run them at the Janissaries and get the best results, because you're not going to get good results with that, just saying.
Aha, dort, hier, hier. What the fuck?
Emrin? Emrin? Selam. Hazır. Evet. Evet. Emrin?
Hazır.
Evet. Evet. Hazır. Emrin?
Hazır.
Hazır. Evet. Hadi bakalım. Tamamdır.
Evet.
Emrin?
Hazır.
Evet. Hadi bakalım. Hazır. Evet. Evet. Tamamdır. Evet. Emrin? Hazır. Emrin? Evet. Hazır. Emrin? Evet. Tamamdır. Hadi bakalım. Hücum. İleri. Marş. Evet. Hücum. İleri. Marş. Hazır. Emrin? Evet. Tamamdır. Hadi bakalım. Tamamdır. Hadi bakalım. Evet. Tamamdır. Hücum. Evet. Evet.
I'm back, people. I had to, answer a phone call. I wanted to keep playing it for you since I felt like, analysis lies, nothing was really changing much. We're seeing the same sort of recipe here from Nathan, though. Going with the melee fighter, the Tupara marksman, and the Tehedwa. But the same dilemma as before, he still hasn't updated his deck to make these new units. And I think that's just silly willy, man. If you're going to go with the different class of units, at least, upgrade them with the cards properly. Because it'll just make your life easier. Because I think the advanced Tupara actually gives it more splash on the unit. Basically, yeah.
Whakaho? Kia hato hia. Ai?
Yeah, I mean, let's see
Whakaho?
what we got right here.
Ai?
We got Mary. I'm trying to see how much of each unit he's got. Because right now, I think Zanzifo has done a great job at actually surviving this Maori spam that he's doing just by spamming Janissary, Abyss, and Falconets. He's got 3 Falconets now, too. Yep, get these in the bomb bar right now. Right now. There you go. Okay, good. Good. Yeah, I was like, yeah, man, get that in the bomb bar right now, son. Why is it going away from the cans? He's I think he screwed his micro there. It's fine though. I mean, if you can get the Marys down, I think he's all right. If you can get if you can get those, it should be fine. And what's he got here too? What are these? Mary Fire. Why is the icon here look different than the unit itself? Is that like supposed to be the new icon for the unit or something? It might be. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing here at this point with the Janissaries. Alright, it looks like the Janissaries are winning now. Nice. I don't know why Nathan's doing melee fires to fight like a musket unit. That's so weird because essentially they got the tags of like a coyote runner. So these scimitars of the Janissaries are actually doing multiplier damage against them. Yeah, he's just going to beat your melee fighters now. We're going to have big problems again. Yeah, no. Yep, see that? Just wiped them out. Nathan's shipping in British Expeditionary Force, 18 Redcoats and 2 Congreve rockets. Not as good as it used to be because now Congreve rockets are literally just like heavy culverin mortar hybrid things. So, not going to be as substantial against the Jans and Abyss guns as they would have been in the past. And he's training to head with Spearman now. Yeah. How's the Armin doing, by the way? Armin's doing pretty good. The big thing is he's Armin, so he doesn't even have to spend food to train Bills, which is very nice. And, Jan Combat, too. Basically, yeah.
Emrin, hadi bakalım. Hazır. Emrin, evet.
Emrin! Haydi bakalım!
So, double Janissary doing more Falcons. By the way, Falconets in Moore's Libby are called foot artillery. It's really just a name change. The stats, the icon, the visuals, pretty much the same. One interesting thing, though, is that the unit does get special skins for Imperial Age, which you don't get in the vanilla Aoe3 game. So, technically, it's a bit more sophisticated visually in Imperial Age once you get the Imperial upgrade. Yeah. I think right at this point, it's clearly won this one. I mean, the rockets will matter, though, against the Falcons, so we'll see if the Congreves can counter them. Because Maori doesn't actually get any sort of, like, culverin equivalent artillery. So this is really all he gets against that, pretty much. So yeah, basically. Oh my god, you just figured out what the free boat shed feature is? I was wondering why Nathan didn't get that last game and he just got it now in this game. Like, dude, you should have gone that like in Age 1, man. Why do you wait so long to get a free feature? Because he can use this builder ship here to basically build a boat shed up here and start grabbing all this fish now. You could have used that a lot earlier and maybe could have like spammed some more substantial troops, but yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that. Here comes the Tehedawas. He's got Tuparas mixed in with the redcoats there called the Aiglers, and then he's got the rockets. So let's see how he micros the rockets. Does he know to target the cannons with the... No, he does. He's not. But he is getting the Tehedawas to make a move onto the cannons. He does finally use the rocket correctly there and aims it where it has to go. Right now it looks like, I'm trying to see who's winning this one. It's kind of tough. Well, if he can clean up the spears quickly and move on to the range stuff, I think you are going to see a pivot for the Oddman fella. Yeah, I mean, technically it looks like the Oddman fellow's kind of fending it off fine. It's hard to say, though. I don't know. What about Nathan? He's adding in more spears and marksman, right? Yeah, I mean, it looks like the Maori does overwhelm his position here, and the Oddman fella is getting Jans, he's getting Abbas. He has a Sapphire shipment he could spend as well. He could add in these white allies here. The news release here. Could add delis in. So he does have a way of like fighting this back, right? Though his CC is under siege right now, so I don't know. I guess he decides to capitulate. I don't know if he should have, though. I would have still contested it, and I would have made sure that my artillery lasted a lot more if it was me. Maybe made some extra cans, too, and I think he would... He had to, like, micro the redcoats and the marksmen, you know, the Taparas. If he did that, I think he would have been fine. He would have been alright doing that, but I don't know. Yeah, let's go into the next one, because there's 2 more matches in this series that we can check out. See how they do. Yeah, no, most definitely. Should be pretty nice. It's alright, we're loading in. Let's figure out the second one here. Let me scroll this now. Let me just look here. Zanzinat 2. So, is he going to stay as Oddmans, or is he going to pick something else? So I'm wondering if he's one of these newbies to the Aoe3 game that just plays vanilla civs. Or is he going to actually play something else? I don't know. We'll see. Alright, so it's Zanzifo versus Nathan. Nathan is playing in the, and what is Zalsifo doing? Zalsifo's playing España. That should be pretty interesting. Kind of very similar to Spain and vanilla, but there's a few differences. You know, you don't have Rodelros anymore. You got the Aduanro. Completely different unit you get in Fortress Age, which acts as a raiding infantry, so it actually has multipliers against Vils, and it also trickles gold. It also has some decent siege, so kind of like a Prishnik on foot with a gun that trickles a bit of gold to make up for its investment, you know? Yeah. You still got muskets, you still got pikes with Royal Guard, you still have skirms, you still have crossbowmen, or at least the equivalent, you know, the volunteer with the rifle. Got hussars, you got dragoons. You get lancers, but they're now a completely different unit with a build limit called the Escolta. And yeah, they basically, or no, not the Escolta, the Batador. The Bador. The Bador basically gives movement speed improvement to your cavalry units, so it's good if you're synergizing with cavalry. And then you get the Cuirassier, too. Yeah, you actually get French Cuirassiers in your Spanish roster now, so you can actually take the missionaries with function and beef up Cuirassiers with them. Actual splash attack cav. Not too long ago, it used to be different. Like, Spain had Batadors, which were, you know, had the Badors be the Cuirassiers, and then they still had like Lancers that they renamed to Demi-Lancers and reskinned them and stuff, but they ended up taking that reskinned Demi-Lancer or Lancer and made it into the Bador, and then completely got rid of the original Lancer unit from the code and stuck Cuirassiers in there. So in many ways the Spanish stable is a lot more fierce now, whereas the barracks, you know, it depends on how you look at it. Like, if you're really big into the Rodero gameplay, you might not like the new Spain, but if you were much more of a musket and skirmisher-based Spain player that occasionally used pikemen, you're not going to really notice much of a difference, and you might actually like the raiding potential of the Aduanro now, too. They also get a unique sailor, the Infante de Marina. Uh, I don't know statistically how it compares to like the sailors and the Marines, so I'll have to look at that. I know back in the day, before they had a lot of naval infantry, it used to be like one of the only such sailor units in the game that people used to always make a lot of them, especially Toledo. Toledo used to always, build a dock and then he would spam Infante de Marinos with that, and he used to be pretty good at it. So yeah, that unit's kind of been a long used one. They also technically get like a native mercenary sort of unit, the Chapagoras, or the I think sometimes they call it the Chapagoras, sometimes it's called the other thing. I'm trying to think what it's called. It's not here though, so we won't have to worry about it. Basically, it's basically a skirmisher from Basque, one of the more autonomous regions of Spain that has their own language and stuff. Yeah, did you know there's multiple languages spoken in Spain, not just Espanol? You got Catalan in Catalonia, and then you have Basque in the Basque province, pretty much right around Navarro. Yeah, so it's pretty interesting history. Yeah, though, India versus Spain, it's going to be very similar to vanilla, this matchup. The only difference for India here, I think the main one is that the cards for India and Moor's Liberty, they have a scaling to the free villagers. So when you go to like Age 2 and you ship foreign logging, or you get the chakrams or something, you're going to get 2 free vills instead of 1. Fortress Age will give you 3 vills. This Age 4 cards will give you like 4 villagers. So basically, Fast Fortressing does have even more benefits, because now you can get even extra villagers doing that. Also, another thing, chakrams in this mod have full infantry multipliers, just based on a historical technicality when grenadiers in this game used to have infantry multipliers. So they decided just to keep that, just to make the chakram better. So yeah, technically the chakram shipment is actually even better than the Tiger Claws here, because now you can use it as an anti-skirm on top of a skirm roll. It can wipe out muskets, and it can wipe out, the skirmishers, which is great. And another thing too, the India here has technically better units now with the consulate, particularly the French. They get like their mounted skirms, the Chasseurs, they get Zwaves, and they get Foreign Legion infantry. They get Grognards, the Royal Guard Grenadiers. So yeah, technically you get spicier options, I think, now with this, because before, French would obviously give you Grenadiers, Cuirassiers, and Falconets or Horse Artillery, I think. Here, now they just give you lots of strong units, I think, which is very nice, very helpful, so that's good. And, yeah, basically just that. Also, the Ottomans are better in this mod, too, as a consult ally, because instead of giving you just, like, some hand cav, they basically just give you, like, 4 Abyss guns. Yeah, I think 4 Abyss guns is always going to be more valuable than Cav, because if the enemy does like spearmen or muskets, the Cav immediately loses its worth outside of raiding. Abyss guns, very versatile, can wipe out skirms, it can wipe out muskets, it can kill artillery, can obviously shoot villagers. It serves plus unlike the regular skirmisher, it does crush damage, so technically it beats the armor of the Senscalates and the Courier de Bois, if you didn't need any more reason to like it. So, yeah. Has all the elephant cards, too, I see. Elephant Combat, Tame Elephants, and the Professional Handlers, so he's got all those mixed into the bag as well, which I like, totally, 100%. Carnimata. Oh, he's gone with the Carnimata age up. Yeah, it's a more greedy age up that we see a lot in Defib Edition 2. For people that are a little bit more skilled with the macro and everything, and are willing to risk it for the biscuit or the trisket, you can go for the Carnimata, and it'll essentially allow all your villagers to gather slightly better around the vicinity of the building. So technically a better economic greedy option. I still advocate for the Agrifort because that's sort of the build orders that I grew up on were Agrifort based. I did try the Carnamah a bit, and wasn't all impressed by it. I felt like you really had to do everything right to have that gather rate improvement of the Carnamah to actually matter for you. Yeah. One thing we do see India doing here is going for the dock. Going for the dock here. And I think that's a pretty interesting thing to do, honestly, going for the dock. Because now, basically, India is going to have to pay wood for villagers and pay wood for the fishing boats, too. So, yeah, you're going to see more of a pivot onto wood, I think, now more than ever. Because he's going to need wood for, his fishing boats that he's popping out of there. And then he's going to need wood for the villagers that he's putting out of the TC. So, that's pretty much what he's going for there. I can see from that. What's Zanzifu doing? Zanzifu? Getting a barracks. So likely going line infantry. That's usually what you're going to do with Spain, typically. You're going to be going Fast Fortress too, who knows? Because Fast Fortressing is actually a really popular setup with Spain, even in Definitive Edition. Because you can obviously pop out Falconets, you can pop out a fort. He could have gotten a 3 Cuirassier shipment in here too, but he chose not to do that, which I'm really baffled by. And he could have gotten the 2 Cuirassier shipment as well. So, I don't know what he was thinking there. I mean, just like you always include Lancer shipments with Spain, why doesn't he get Cuirassiers in there to really benefit from that? I have no clue what he's thinking, honestly. It's kind of tricky, TBH. Yeah, I know, totally. Is Lars pinging for people? Lars pinged 3 times, man. Looks like Cyber Ranger's going to battle him. That's pretty good. Yeah, Lars and Cyber Ranger are very low-level, sort of low ELO opponents, so I kind of rather see them sort of battle each other than anything, because they can sort of probably improve each other with practice. I can't remember. I can't remember if Cyber Ranger joined our league or not. Maybe him and Lars should join, so we have, I don't know. Because it sounds like from what it's looking like, we got mostly veterans in there, so I don't know if they should, I don't know. Because I remember the initiative Chori tried to do. He tried to have a Liga A and a Liga B, but all the people he had in the Liga B were absolute trash, really bad. I'm not even kidding. The people in the Liga B, some of them didn't even know how to build a deck. And you'd look at the home city, and they wouldn't be any cards in the deck. They'd have an empty deck in the game. And then you had people that would play Japan and have the Daimyo, and they'd ship their 700 wood with the Daimyo right on the front lines. The enemy would just grab it. It was really bad. And then you had apparently one person trying to remember his name. The guy who used to always play Japan and stuff. Who was actually good, and he basically beat them all. Yeah. I think those people were so unskilled that even Lars had more wits than they did, because Lars at least understood the Portuguese build order and basic training stuff. So Lars actually beat them no problem. And then the other guy I was talking about, I can't remember his name for some reason. I know he had a PFP of the dad from The Godfather, the Godfather, yeah. So yeah. Just can't remember the exact, basically. So got 6 line infantry there, right? And then for Nathan, he's just making Gurkhas, going Fortress Age with the Karnamata, right? No, not the Karma. The Tower of Victory. Oh, interesting. I know in Definitive Edition, I think Widgie talked about it before. Typically, when you see that, that usually means that you're. Wait a second. Didn't we? Sounds like we had another connection issue again. That's like so weird, man. I don't know. Having like internet issues here or something. Said couldn't connect to the chat. Eek. I'm not gonna worry about it. As long as the stream keeps going, I don't care. Yeah, basically. So when did we start streaming at? It was like 5:37, right? 5:37. 3 hours and 47 minutes. Okay. So that sounds pretty kosher to me. So I don't think. Yeah, because the thing is, if it like disconnected for that long, I don't think it would have, Or maybe it was just a general outage for the chat. I don't know. After seeing that thing before, I was like super paranoid. Like, yeah, what's going on, dude? Yeah, I don't know, man. Looks like we're still alive. Because imagine if I tried casting for like hours and hours and then for some reason I lost complete connection to OBS and I couldn't come back or something. Yeah, I would not be a happy camper about that in the slightest. Yeah, you don't know because we're dealing with all sorts of cyber attacks with Iran and stuff. It's always something you worry about, that Iran's gonna like hack into like, YouTube, Google or whatever, shut them down, and then when you're streaming and trying to like do an event, then they basically waste all those hours you put into like casting because the stream gets like shut down midway through. Yeah. Yep, cyber warfare is like a big concern, honestly, because it can always happen, You just need one bad state actor that has really good coding skills, really knows operating systems and networking and packets and stuff to get in there and really do some damage. Totally. Because I know now Iran, with the whole war going against them and stuff, really has nothing to lose. And since they couldn't get their lovely nukes that they wanted, cyber warfare is like the best next thing to like really make Americans feel it. Because what they would try to do is they would try to make society so miserable for the Americans with like having their bank accounts and like YouTube and everything go downhill that they would compel, their president and government to like remove all hostilities with the foreign power, which is a very interesting bully pulpit to do, to basically turn the nations of the country that's at war with you against their government so that they can get their amenities back and bow to you. Yeah. Scary stuff, and that's something that I always like keep an eye on when I'm looking at OBS. Like if I notice I'm losing connection, I'm like, yeah, this could totally be something normal, but maybe it's not, Yeah, it's online right now, so that's good. And the timer on OBS definitely lines up with my, stream time too, so that's good. Totally. 100%, man, yeah. Most definitely. Alright, so upgrading the rice paddies now? Typically you should try to like move out onto the map and try to get stuff, usually. I think that's kind of a fallacy there, honestly. Yeah, typically. I see he's training war dogs though, which is interesting. Picking up the British East India Company. The Wars Libby actually buffed this card to improve the troops by 15% instead of 10%. In DE, it's only 10%. Wars Liberty ended up buffing it up to like 15%, which is much better. Yeah, it's a lot better that way. Totally better.
हाँ लकड़हारा लकड़हारा
आदेश
तैयार
हाँ
आदेश हाँ
तैयार
आदेश
हाँ
तैयार
Switching his consulate relations probably to the British, I would assume. Yeah, that's what I would do. I would go either Brits or Ottomans. You could go French as well. That's another option you could try. Yep, pretty much. Looks like the outage this time wasn't as bad though because it says successfully connected. So, yeah, whatever it was a lot less. Yeah, I always like to stay on top of stuff with the stream quality and everything. Yeah, totally, 100%. How's Spain doing? Is he gonna go like 2-3 TC or something? No. Alright. He's getting skirms now. I see. He's got his Falconet shipment. Line infantry on upgrade. Just trying to figure out the specs of what he's doing so we can like maybe figure out his game plan perhaps.
preparado
¿Qué me ordena? Sí. Preparado. ¿Qué me ordena? Preparado. ¿Qué me ordena?
¿Qué me
Preparado.
ordena?
Lo haré. Sí.
¿Sí? Preparado.
Sí. Preparado. Sí.
¿Qué me ordena? ¿Sí? ¿Sí? Voy a hacer... ¡A la guerra!
Something I'm trying to figure out because I was trying to eat something. How did Zanzifu here lose like 8 falconets? That's really alarming, dude. You know how much artillery that was? I wouldn't lose 8 falconets, man. I would win with that. That just shows really inept artillery micro. Yeah, no. If you lose it that much, that means your artillery micro is like really off, man. totally off.
Preparado.
Sí. Preparado. Sí. Preparado. Sí.
Triple barracks? Triple barracks line infantry. Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot, man. Yeesh. Hopefully you can make that work, though. You know? Just saying. Just saying, man. Also, something I'm going to check now while I'm, like, waiting for these guys to do something interesting. I'm going to check my Kyber launcher to see what version of HVV Chaos they're using today. So they're using the old one on the North American server, and they're using the new one on the European server. Why is that? Why is that, dude? Is there like something wrong with doing it on the North American server for some reason? That's like super messy, man. Like really, I don't know, dude. That like makes like no sense, man. That's why we got stuck using the old version yesterday. For some reason, Dreadnought hasn't updated to the North American version yet, but the EU one has the new one on it. So, yeah, hopefully when we get there today, it's still there. Yeah, because I kind of want to play with the new heroes and villains too. Start practicing my Fordo a bit on the hero side and doing my Darth Nihilus and Thrawn and stuff on the villain side. Yeah, we should definitely be able to do new stuff since Suisse was added to Fortnite and Bibu's using it. For sure. Have our own little Fortnite party over on Star Wars.
तैयार. हाँ, हाँ, तैयार. मैं करूँगा. आदेश.
Flail elephants. Nobody uses those a lot. I mean, they're not bad. They're actually kind of good. But it's just a very fascinating thing to see somebody do. And he just upgraded Sawars too, right? Yeah, he's getting Sawars and... very interesting. He's shipping in Royal Mint. I think he should, like, try to get one of these, personally. Because he's got, like, a ton of, like, muskets and stuff down here. Yeah, just saying. If you could get some Arumi, I think this guy is probably fine. Yeah, no, I mean, if you should get some Arumi to clean all this up. He's kind of going... The Gurkhas are alright, but Arumi would just clean this whole up very easily. Definitely go Arumis over Gurkhas if you can. Especially once you get to, like, Industrial Age and you can start shipping them infinite times. big army. Got line infantry, pikes, a couple of hussars, and some falconets. Plus a couple of troops here, too. One thing I would suggest to the Spain player is you should make some missionaries, since in Wars of Liberty, the missionaries start out with the unction ability already active. That way you could get like the same attack rate as like these guard sepoys without having to be in industrial age, which would be very convenient for it. Also, I don't like how he's never protecting his artillery. He's just sort of letting the artillery just sit there and get blasted and stuff. Well, he's making a few line infantry over there, but still, it's like, dude, you're dealing with elephants, man. The literal elephant in the room. You can't be that risky with that stuff, man. No. Because see, the splash attack is creeping through his numbers now, and it's just not going to go very well. That's all I'm saying. Just trying to be a strategist for you, dude. Pretty much.
Adesh? हाँ, तैयार। मैं जा रहा हूँ। आदेश? हाँ। आदेश? हाँ।
Oh, my leg. My leg! Can the other dude, like, recover, or... Yeah, it looks like he has some okay eco, at least. That's cool. He's doing cuirassiers now. Yeah, that should actually give him a huge advantage. Doing cuirassiers, I kind of like that. It's actually a good unit to pivot into, honestly. 15 line infantry. Yeah, see, now I don't think he can do much. I don't know. I don't know why Spain's losing, because I think technically he could have done a little bit better here, but I don't know. I think the main problem is he's not microing his artillery, and he's not protecting it. It's mostly a micro issue, because he's making substantial armies, but he's just not microing and protecting them properly. That's why I think the big issue is at the end of the day. I will say. Yeah, no. At least from my understanding, that seems to be the case pretty much, for the most part.
Voy a hacerlo. ¿Qué me ordena? Sí. Preparado. Voy al ataque.
Ooh, nice one for Nathan there. Yep. Let's go into game number 3 now. Let's pull that one up. And then we got that one between Vringo and Bondar, too. I don't know how long that one's going to be. Is that going to be like an hour-long one, or no idea? But we'll have to boot it up to find out after this last one here. Yeah. Alright, so we got Nathan as Serbia. Cool. That's a strong civ. And then Zofo as Peru. Ooh, he's playing a Wol civ finally. Peru. Peru versus Serbia. It really depends on how good either side is here, honestly. I mean, frankly, I'll be honest with you in this matchup. It's typically going to go to Serbia as long as they know what they're doing, but I have been in some situations where Varinga was able to outplay me with Grenadiers as Peru. So it really comes down to a lot of micro and other macro related factors, yeah. Definitely the advantage Serbia gets, though, is that when you kill Serbian units, they leave behind this little cemetery grave that lasts for a number of seconds, and then all the nearby Serbian units gain an attack boost for their fallen comrade, and it allows them to stack very quickly. It's kind of the opposite of the Maori bonus. The Maori bonus, when you kill enemy units, your attack goes up. But for the Serbs, it's when your own guys get killed that your attack goes up. So it actually allows Serbs to do a lot better in individual battles. And it's also why, if you're fighting Serbia, try to lure them away from the grave, you know what I mean? Hit and run. So that way you can avoid that attack boost. Potentially, yeah. Pretty good. And then also try not to stay in a prolonged fight with the Serbs so the thing will die down. Unless you want to take in all that extra damage, you know? Just saying. Word to the wise. Yeah, pretty much. That's all I can tell you about that one. Most definitely. Yeah, I can't wait till Dreadnought moves the North American HVV Chaos server over to the new expanded version so we can have the 5 new villains and 2 new heroes. Yeah, definitely. Oh. So let's look at the decks once they come out. So this is his deck, right? Okay, so he's got pretty much a full rush hand here for the most part. No Scytheman though. It's 3, Infinite, Grenzer, and Carbonire. I actually run these 2, plus the big Iron Guard shipment, Mountain Artilleries, and the Recruit shipment. He's got Iron Regiment, right? This is your most important card because it's kind of like a secondary Serbia bonus for your muskets, your recruit muskets. Basically, what it does is sets up an additional grave that when your muskets die, the nearby muskets will gain a second attack boost on top of the one they already get, plus a hit point boost too. So it basically makes your muskets really strong. Plus, you can upgrade with all these sort of upgrades here, infantry combat and noob combat, and it just makes the muskets really nice. This card just affects your skirmish unit, so it's not as good, but it's still helpful to get. And then here he's got a shipment of 16 Alker Lancer calves, which I'm not really a big fan of that. Infinite 2 shipment for the mobile armors, and then Grenzers. This is an infinite shipment or just a one-time deal? At least he's got the mobile armor ones. Yeah, that's good. The armored cans. Basically, these are tanky heavy cans. They lose some of their melee some of their damage prowess, but they become much tankier. So that can be a very good can to mix with your infantry. I'm assuming Prue's gonna age up soon, right? With like 16 vil. He's interesting. He's macroing different resources, which not very typical. I mean, it could put him at risk of like a hard rush from an enemy if he's dealing with like a higher level opponent. But yeah, I'm wondering how this is gonna turn out for him though. Just saying. Kind of curious as Curious George as to how this is gonna affect him. Basically, yeah, pretty much. First Chinese wave. Kind of playing like Varingo. Yeah, that's what Varingo gets. Because then you can get the Carapintada legions from the Chinese colony. Essentially like a massive, like, you know the Step Briars from the Chinese civ, right? You basically get a swarm of like those that you can rush your enemies with, which is pretty cool. Also, he's picking up the carpentry card. He also has Virgin Fours. Get Virgin Fours first and then carpentry. It slowly gives you 5% more wood chopping. Yeah. He might be playing something based on me now that I think about it, because this is what I do. I go with 2 wood chopping cards and I go with Chinese. So I can play into the natural resource economic stuff, yeah. So now I'm sort of understand what he's going for, really. From what it looks like, yeah. And so he's going to go with a mix of... Well, these came from the age up here. These Hudjutsis. And he's going to go with the massive, like, recruits. Yeah, recruits are basically Balkan muskets for the Balkan civs. They have lower hit points than an average musket, but they have more attack. They have, like, 27 range attack, which is very big. It's way more than the average musket gets. He's also shipping in 8 Hudjutsi now. 8 Hudjuks. In Definitive Edition, of course, these guys are like a special mercenary anti-skirm, right? But here they are really just like an early game skirmisher whose unique property is they have like really low hit points compared to like a regular crossbowman equivalent. But they get really good attack. Particularly they get higher multipliers. So that their like actual multipliers against muskets is actually 2 instead of 1.25. Allowing them to like effectively give you like an early Fortress 8 skirmisher in terms of damage output. And I think their range attack as well is bigger than the crossbowmen, I believe. So there's that as well. Or am I wrong? I don't know. Oh, he's getting rushed like crazy here. Look at that. He's getting his immigrant colony down right now, so I don't know what's going on here, dude. It's not looking good for him, honestly. Some wood coming in.
Narajenya.
Hmm. Very interesting. It looks like both sides are kind of sieging each other out like crazy. Wow. That's a big deal, man. Now, question is, once this army comes to him, will he be able to, like, deal with him or not? Yeah, no. Because he's definitely getting the TC down. Yeah, just take the TC down. And see what you can do from there, I guess. Yeah, no, pretty much. Yeah, so that's why I was saying, like, Serbia's just better, because, see this? Here. This. Notice this little Byzantine flag underneath the unit. That means that they're being affected by these little cemetery graves. The little crosses in the ground there are actually buffing their attack up. So when this is going on, the recruit's range attack goes up to like 30. Hajusi goes up to like, 18. And depending on how many of these graves you got there, it can be quite a bit. But remember, too, Peru also gets a bonus like this. The Peruvian bonus, when their troops die, they make their own graves. But instead of, like, improving their attack, it actually improves their line of sight and their movement speed so they can either retreat or rush down the enemy that killed their comrade. Yeah. But, there is a card here called, To the Last Cartridge that gets rid of the speed bonus and basically turns it into the Serbian one. Yeah. So, technically, Peru can turn into Serbia too in the late game with the last cartridge card there active. Yeah, it's very helpful. So, yeah, let's boot it up now. We have to get that other game download. I don't think I have it on my machine yet, so let me go download that now. Let's check it out. Looks pretty good. Should be pretty fun. So, yeah, let's do it. Lamento Maluki. Palu versus Bulgaria. Okay, that should be fascinating. Let's try it out. Ringo winning against Bulgaria, I'm assuming? I don't think Ringo ever submits games unless he wins in them, right? Yeah, no. Nah, I think that's going to be a Ringo win there. It must be. I don't think he's became humble enough to submit losses. Yeah, no. That's not the Ringo that we know and play with. Yeah, this one right here. Let's try it out. Let's try it out. It's Bundar versus Ringo, I believe. Indeed it is. It's Ringo is Palu, and Bundar is Bulgaria. On the Valley of the Kings map, yes. This is actually a very special map. It's based on the Valley of the Kings map from Age of Mythology, actually. Yep. You do have the Midgard fortresses with the gold mines around them. Yes, you actually do. But instead of a Midgard fortress, it's an Alamut. This big Arabic fortress structure there. But statistically, it's basically just an outpost, you know. It's pretty easy to kill. And then along the way, you got dangers, right? You got feather hens that can attack and kill you. And I believe the hyenas can also attack and kill you as well. So you have to be careful of hyenas and of feather hens as well. They can be very dangerous. If I remember correctly, there are no treasures on this map, unfortunately. So biggest thing you can do on this map is try to destroy one of these Alamuts and grab the gold mines near them. Yeah. How many Alamuts are on this map? Not a lot of them, because it's only a 1v1, right? So you got this one here without any gold, and then you got this one here that has like 3 gold mines on. Yeah. So whoever can get this Alamut here should be in really good shape, I think. Yeah, probably. Most definitely. Yeah. Man, it's going to be a big duel. Like, look at the timer here. It's going to be a big battle. I assumed this one was going to be a big battle, too. I was like, you know what? I think we'll make it to 11 p.m. to do our HVB Chaos with this recording because it's just going to be such a big match. Yeah, so should be a really good one. Basically, in this situation, you're dealing with Bulgaria. Bulgaria, one of the harder civs to really master beyond the early game, I think. Basically, Bulgaria has kind of a weird dilemma where you only get 2 like trainable units at the start of the game. Am I gonna sneeze or not? I think I'm gonna sneeze and yeah, but Bulgaria you get like 2 distinct things. You get the Opalshanat infantry, basically a gunpowder infantry, and then you get the Opalshanat cavalry, basically like a hussar, like a weakened hussar. And pretty much what you can do is you can send these cards. Trying to see. Wait a second. It doesn't have Samara Banner cards. Oh, these ones. Alright, these ones. So yeah, you get these cool cards called Samara Banner cards that will convert all of your Opalshanats into one particular unit. So if you like send this one here, Samara Banner Honor Guard, it takes all your Opalshanat cavalry and turns them into, honor guards. But the catch is that you can't train units for Bulgaria for... You have to wait an extra age to get the same like military units and upgrades that you want. Yeah, that's kind of the issue with Bulgaria. Is you kind of have to wait till like a fortress age just to train like spearmen and early game skirms and stuff. The only exception to the rule is the dragoons. You can still get the dragoons in like fortress age, just because telling the player to like deal with like heavy cavalry like assault without dragoons is kind of like a war crime and a human rights violation, so they had to do something about that. But yeah, outside of that though, basically everything you have to wait an age for, which can be a big problem because that delay can sometimes really hurt you very badly in the match. I can definitely tell you that for sure, especially when you're dealing with Ringo. Because Ringo is like the master of Peru, and what he's going to do at Peru is going to definitely scar you for life if you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, no, most definitely it is. So this should be a really fascinating battle. Bulgaria going with Sophronius of Vizastia. This one gives you 400 wood, I believe. And then Veringo going up with Irish Wave. He's been being a bit more of a St. Patrick's Day leprechaun lately with the Irish. So, yeah. Yeah, he loves mixing the Irish with the Chinese a lot. Sometimes he'll add Japan into. He's very well versed in the different combos you can do with immigrants with Peru, I would say. The Irish, they get some good units. They get the Zamaritos, basically these green jacket equivalents, so like British skirms, sort of. Have some, they have below average range for skirms, but they do have the advantage of being an earlier game skirm. So basically, skirmishers that they were available in Age 2 without necessarily being a crossbowman. So they have like 18 range. They have high multipliers against dragoons, but less against muskets, making them a bit interesting, per se. They still have like a multiplier of like 1.5 against muskets, so it is still better than like the crossbows. It's just that, I don't know what to say. Still a really good unit. And then later on you can get the San Patricio cans, basically Irish falconets. Those can be a really good asset for you too, so a lot of good things to look forward to with the Irish, basically. Ooh, I see he's getting the Pulverazo. Very nice. This is actually one of the funniest cards to get as Peru, because what it does is allows your explorer to build landmines. Yes, landmines. You got landmines in Wars of Liberty, folks, but Peru's not the only one that can do it. Any civ that gets access to spies through the safe house building can get their spies to build landmines too. Yeah, it's just that Latin American civs are one of the only cultures in the game to not get spies because they have the Caudillo instead that does something totally different. So for Peru to get landmines is actually pretty special for their culture. Whereas for someone like, say, Bulgaria, for instance, they can get landmines easily since they get the safe house. You don't have to worry about it. Same with Europeans, Africans, Middle East. Everybody gets spies, except for like Latin America. Literally just Latin America. Even the Native Americans get spies and can do landmines too. Yeah, imagine if the Lakota and the Cheyenne could do landmines and stuff. It would have made reaching the West Coast much more difficult for the Lewis and Clark expedition. Yeah, trying to like walk through the plains and the forests and stuff, and then just having these little landmines show up everywhere. Yeah. As the player, you can know where the landmines are because you can see like the little patch of dirt, basically. Oh, he can. I think he can see him too, but I don't know. Could be wrong. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Does the enemy get to see the patches too? I think so. Yeah. I was just wondering, like, if he like saw this hunt and tried to pursue it, would he actually? Yeah, he would have hit the landmine with at least one of his calves there, and probably would have been fuming over that. Yeah, no, he would have totally been fuming over that. I would say guaranteed. But now he knows that he's doing landmines, though. So why is he? Oh, because he's gonna do it near his hunts. That's so clever. Actually, so smart, man. Wow. But the problem is, too, on top of giving him the landmines, this card also buffs his explorer stats as well, which practically gives his explorer as much time as he needs to really just put the landmines down while the things are slashing at him. And if you're not paying attention, the units will be right there when the landmine gets put down, and then they'll go, whee, into the sky. Whee, just like that. Yeah, no. It's not fun. Flying in the air at the speed of sound like that. Yeah, no, totally not. That's a lot of Upple Shank cavalry he's doing there. I'm assuming he's going to go Fortress Age with that and try to turn him into Iron Guards. Yeah, most likely. Because does he still has coin cards, right? Yeah, he just needs to pop one of those shipments in, and then he can get that Fortress Age going. Ringo must be happy about that. He just lost his Chinese colony, and since he didn't get any workers out, now he can't get. Oh my god, dude, your prime must be so fuming over that one. Oh yeah, no, he's real happy that that happened. he's ecstatic. He's ecstatic, in fact. Yeah, no, totally ecstatic about. And now he's gonna set those landmines, right? Yeah. Alright, so he should be able to get to H3, right, with that shipment? Or is he going to need the second coin shipment, too? Because he's still producing cavalry, by the way. Yeah. Oh my god, look at all the cav he's losing to these landmines, though. It's like so spicy, man. What Bringo's getting away with, yeah. Now he's trying to extend a batch of Zamalitos out to defend his stuff. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea, honestly. I like it. See, Bondar's got 200 IQ. He's sending individual units out to hit the landmine so his regular army doesn't have to get killed by it. He knows what he's doing, man. He knows what he's doing. He still has 2 more of them over here. I thought he grabbed that one. He didn't even... Oh my god, he's like a psychopath. He's like literally like Hashimoto Suisei here. He's like a literal Suisei here with his psychopathy with the landmines. It's like ridiculous. He knows not to pursue because if he pursues, then he's gonna get more landmines. Guy's a total psycho with these things, I'm telling you. He like sends units flying into the stratosphere with these landmines. I'm not even kidding. Alright, he got those ones now, and then now there's no more landmines over here. So yeah, now he's gonna have to try to get these troops out safely, which is gonna be really fun. Oh, see, he can't even pursue these units reliably without sending units in the front first to take the fall. So he doesn't. So he only loses like one cav unit to the landmine instead of like 2 or 3. Because if you're not lucky, sometimes you can lose like 2, 3, or 4 units to those things. Because if you look carefully at the landmines, they have like splash attack of I think like 2 or 3 or something. A little bit. Yeah, I think it's like 2 or 3. So you gotta definitely be careful dealing with those things. Ringo's getting a fort on top of it, yeah. It's kind of his turtle strategy. But I think Bondar's smart enough to just be consistent with this cav here to make sure that he doesn't slip through with the win or something. Yeah, it kind of seems like he's not going to let him do that. Thankfully he's not going to let him do that. Yeah, you never know. Could be sleeping on the job and let him sneak up with something. He's going to try to take this Alamo now. Because the Alamo will let him get like 3 gold mines. And he'll be able to get like a bajillion gold. You should be able to upgrade stuff no problem once he pulls that off. I can't believe Bondar is still in like age 2. He should already be Fortress age and able to get his, stuff. His partisan combat. And then get his Opalshenic combat. I don't know why he's still in age 2 at this point. Because he really should be just trying to do it to upgrade his Opalshenets at least. And maybe even get a Samara banner here for the honor guards. Then he'll have a really good armored cav that he can use to. But honestly, yeah, at this point it doesn't really matter since the guy's like literally spamming landmines. You may as well stay in age 2 and just spam troops at him. To hopefully soak up all the landmines. Until Ringo doesn't have any wood or gold to like do any more of them. It's kind of the way you deal with his stuff at that point, yeah. Taking out the hyenas too. You may as well do it. You'll get some XP for it. That you can put towards another shipment. Like your 600 coin that you still need. Actually, no, he doesn't even need it. He can go Fortress Age now. Which politician is he going to get, though? He's going to get... Yep, this is a good one. Georgi Binkowski. This is one of the better ones to get for Fortress Age because he actually gives you a covered wagon. So he's very similar to the Bishop in Definitive Edition, giving you access to a TC. Yeah, it's really good to get him because then you have like 2 town centers and then you can boom better and yeah. Very nice. Because if you haven't figured it out already, instead of aging up at the town center, with Bulgarians you age up at specific buildings, right? You can age up at the stable, you age up at the barracks, age up at the market, age up at the livestock pen, or age up with the artillery foundry. Yeah, basically. Wood structures, yeah, that's a good one to get. But I would say if you're going to get that, and you're going to have a wood focus, try to get Brenieros. Brigneros are a very cheap and affordable skirm that you can spam out. I think Ringo back in the day used to spam it all the time. I don't know why he doesn't do it anymore, but yeah, no. Should be something he actually considers here, actually. Yeah.
Roy.
Is that Ringo's 1,000 coin? Yeah, it is. He might be trying to get to Industrial Age so he can do San Patricio cans and get his big batch of Fenians out. Yeah, he loves to do that. He loves to like go with the second Irish wave at some point, just so he can spam a big army of Fenians that comes with the age up. Plus, that Industrial Age has one of those cards or texts called the pubs, Irish pub, that will actually allow you to get a tavern, which you normally can't as a Latin American civ, and then be able to train Fenians with it on top of the outlaws and mercenaries already there. Oh, he's getting refridge right. So yeah, he's being nice and slow and steady now to win the race. Because he knows if he rushes it too much, he's just going to lose his army to the landmines. So he may as well just stay back, get a consistent, strong force, and then go in for real later and get a win. Yeah, may as well, because later on you actually get a much stronger army as Bulgaria. You can get the honor guards and then get their royal guard stuff in age 5. Because remember, your upgrades are an age behind too, just like your units. 5, you can turn into the convoys, which actually adds more armor to the honor guard, on top of giving it more HP, and then you get the Imperial and Guard upgrades on top of that. making it much better. And now he's got an industrial age politician, I can see. Stefan Stambulov. I think this one gives him some artillery, so this one's actually pretty good.
Or do. Unfederland Kavrula. Berelam Kabrula.
Wow, look at that. Spearman. Spearman OP, man. Plus, he had the Fenians providing their anti-assault multipliers, too. If you look closely, the Fenians actually have 6x against assault units. They do like 300 something damage to, Cav, which is brutal. Brutally good. Because a lot of Dragoons in the game have this, like, ranged attack, more or less, but they don't have 6x against Cav. Makes it like a nuclear option against cavalry. Combined with a big army of spearmen, and then he's got skirmishers, he's got Zamoritos, and then he's got 3 Volante cannons, which are basically Latin American horse artillery. And you got yourself a disaster of a situation. So now Bondar has, like, nothing against this. He's got, like, 6 mount artilleries, which he can use to kill the Volantes with, since it's like a culverin mortar sort of thing. But what else has he got? He's going Alpolshank infantry now, but now he has to tech into it, and it's going to be a real pain to do. He's got resources, but he doesn't have time to rebuild. He doesn't have time to do stuff. Oh, and he sent Krozatsa Kazarma too. Oh god. See what that card does? It gets your barracks to have a build limit of 5, but it allows each barracks to house like 40 housing space. So yeah. If he loses these barracks, he's done. But I don't think he built a lot of houses, right? Yeah, I don't think he did. If I recall correctly. Yeah, I don't think he's in good shape then. Yeah, definitely not. Totally not. Very fascinating, actually. Now, one thing I want to see is how many vills did Ringo actually have for this? 28 vills, and he did all that? Oh, God, man. 28 vills. Can't even make that stuff up, dude. Yeah, totally not. Huh. Alright, so here's the verdict. It's almost 11 now. It's like, like 10:50 p.m.? We're gonna go to HVV Chaos now. Hopefully that server is still up so we can do the new patch. If it's not, we'll just do the old patch on the North American one, alright? To do that, I have to get the keyboard out and stuff, so give me a few moments. I have to move my work computer back a bit, put the cell phone here, get set up. Another thing I forgot to tell you today, since before I take the mic out to put the keyboard in, apparently today, we thought that we lost landline service in my place, but turns out it was an issue with the cable company and something to do with voicemail or something. Yeah, they were able to help us with it. Now, basically, we don't have to worry about the landline now, so that's good. Saves us having to deal with an appointment in the morning tomorrow. Imagine getting up around my work shift and having to deal with people showing up and stuff. Yeah, it's real fun. Alright, so let me get the keyboard in and we'll start up some good old Star Wars Battlefront 2 Kyber HVV Chaos.
station.
New enemy detected. Supreme threat. New ally on site.
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Unidentified enemy. Threat level maximum. Top tier ally landing.
My master wills it.
Republic ally arriving. Big trouble.
Challenge us.
The enemy has a new squad commander.
The dying will continue until your killing improves by 50%. Republic sent an ally. Evil surges to a murderous start. Good is triumphing over ineptitude. proves no match for the villains daring to challenge the legendary Anakin Skywalker.
Ally arriving. Threat level maximum.
And now, the fate of the galaxy will be determined. Who will win? My processing unit states the odds of a light side victory is 850 to 1. Must be a malfunction.
New enemy detected. Supreme threat.
slays the competition. Rays tossing bodies like rocks. The only counting today will be the stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind.
Count Dooku has entered the battle.
Epic heroes, epic villains, epic violence. Set your circuits to overload because the obliteration is about to begin. And the heroes begin the slaughter.
Unidentified enemy deploying to the field.
Almighty Count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Ally landing, moving to assist. Dooku is here. Got assistance! Ally deploying! Count Dooku has entered the battle.
Required enemy targetlessly killed. 50%.
Those droids are following someone. Can't ID.
The only counting today will be these stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind.
Allied reinforcements have arrived. Giving us a shot.
The Wampas will eat well tonight. Warm up the bacta tanks because dinner is about to be served. Mouth-watering warriors at the ready. Never had evil been humiliated so quickly.
Got a friend out there. Republic sent an ally. I'll be a few seconds.
Lead taken by scary-looking
don't try anything foolish. You can't win. You need to stop and think things through. Oh, I don't think so. venom mites. Watch your step. Remember, you were warned. You really There is no emotion, there is peace. I am not your enemy. Wasting your time. There is no death, there is. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. Jedi's patience only goes so far. There is no emotion, there is.
with us or against us? I sense great fear in you, Skywalker. As you can see, I am an apprentice no longer. Warfare is not for the feeble-minded. How does it feel to know your training led me to this?
Trust in the Force.
Master Yoda, you have interfered with our affairs for the last time. It is obvious that this contest cannot be decided by our knowledge of the Force, but by our skills with a lightsaber. As you can see, I am an apprentice no longer. Looks of you require a life. My friends, this is a mistake, a terrible mistake.
Republic sent an ally.
Good. Gruesomely triumphs over evil. Count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Unidentified enemy! That's no droid!
Alright, I think we're done for the stream now. Looks like we had somebody special come into the chat today, man. MW1511. You kind of find the best chatters, I guess, at like 2 in the morning, I suppose. Trying to... Holy moly. What kind of chat is that? Bye-bye for real. See you... Sweet love is always the best with you? I don't know. We've had some real interesting characters today on stream for sure. So, that's all I'm going to say. But, yeah, thanks for everybody that came. It was pretty fun. It was a completely different experience than I thought I was going to get in HVV Chaos today. What I thought was going to be some, like, real battles turned it out to just be, you know, what's the name of that? A Zazatsu-san stream or whatever, like a chatting stream? Yeah, it kind of felt like, you know, one of those people just sit there and chats in the thing, because I was basically yapping the guy in chat the whole time. Doing occasional saber duels and stuff. It was pretty fun. Yeah. Totally. Yeah, if this dude knew me, who's writing all these messages, you'd know that I don't, like, do voice chat in Star Wars Battlefront 2, because I don't have another USB port to use the microphone on it, so... Dude thinks he knows the Sletsy channel very well. He really doesn't. Yeah. Definitely. So, yeah. See you all mañana. I don't know what we're playing. Half my brain says keep doing that AoE2 Definitive Edition campaign. And the other half of my brain says do that, do some Wars of Liberty. Something that just occurred to me today. Like, I want to do Wars of Liberty again. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see which thing to do. Alright. Thanks all for coming. It was pretty fun.